and a critical to fight against every attempt to shatter what has been built. Understand this. This is not a sprint, and it never has been. It is a marathon. Long before any of us were born, long before the movement, before they thought that they could seize control, this battle was set in motion. It was set in motion by the brave people who had long fought and died for a better America. It's our turn to carry that torch, and we will do that with honor. And we are armed with the lessons of their struggles, the victories they won, and the unwavering belief that America can always become better. The fight for freedom, equality, and justice has never been easy, but it has always been worth it. And in that spirit, we rise together with all of these amazing organizations as not just a movement, but a coalition under one simple truth. This is our civil rights moment. This is our call to action. It is our power. It is our voice. It is the essence of who we are and who we've always been. A people who will be damned if we are silent. They will never break us. They will never steal our future. We are the movement, and with hope and faith, we are unstoppable. We must and we will save ourselves. Because reality check, no one is coming to save us. We the people will never stop fighting for the country we deserve. You are, I am, we are all 50-51. Before I go, I do this at a lot of different protests, and I did this when we lost Amendment 4 in Florida, which was the abortion rights ballot initiative. I want you to turn to the person next to you, and I want you to say, you are loved. You are resilient. And you are important. We have a long road ahead of us. So remember, joy is resistance, hope is resistance, self-care is resistance. We are the resistance. And I have one message to the administration. They say America first. I say go to the airport because America is right here and we're knocking at your door. Thank you.
Please welcome Executive Director Sarah Hadousti, Win Without War.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarah Hadousti and I am the Executive Director of Win Without War, a movement 200,000 strong across the country. I'm here today to tell Elon Musk to keep their hands off our families. Apart. When the Muslim ban first came down, I was pregnant with my first child and terrified that my mother would not be allowed in the country because she, like me, simply happened to be born in Iran. And I want to say thank you to every single person who showed up today, because it was because of protests just like this, as well as legal action from our movement, that my family was okay. There are so many others who are not. Because Donald Trump wants us to believe that families like mine and families like yours should have to suffer, be separated, or even die because of his warped notions of national security. Donald Trump claimed that it was because of national security that Mahmoud Khalil was abducted in front of his wife, who was 8 months pregnant, and shipped up to Louisiana because of his free speech. Donald Trump claimed that it was because of national security that Ramesa Öztürk, a PhD student, was abducted by masked agents and shipped up. That it was because of national security that immigrants are being arrested and shipped off to mega prisons in El Salvador run by an autocrat, and one of the people he shipped off was Kilmar Abreu Garcia, a dad who lived down the road in a matter of national security that Bibi Netanyahu ripped up the ceasefire and is now back to slaughtering and wiping out whole families in Gaza. Now let me be very clear. Not a single person here is more safe when parents in Gaza have to dig with their bare hands through rubble, hoping that their kids are alive. Not a single person here is more safe because the families who lost loved ones and had lost from Hamas during the horrific October 7th are still waiting to have their loved ones come home. When Donald Trump cozies up to dictators like Putin, when he takes away critical HIV treatment from so many in need, when he lets food rot in warehouses instead of giving them to people, he makes every single one of us less safe. I am here today to say hands off our families. Hands off our students. Hands off our neighbors. Hands off aid. And hands off Gaza. I want you all to remember that from South Korea to Brazil, we have seen time and time again the power of movements just like this one and their success in pushing back against right-wing coups and authoritarianism. And that is what we are here doing today, and that is what we will keep doing until we win. And I am so grateful to be here with you as we get it done. Thank you.
Please welcome Kyle Lewis, Vote Vets.
Oh my gosh, you guys look fantastic. I wish you could see this. Great work on the signs too. You guys did a fantastic job. You showed out today. Hey, so it's great to be here with so many of you beautiful, smiling people. My bad. My name is Kyle Lewis, and I'm here with Vote Vets, the first and largest organization for progressive veterans in this country. I'm a veteran, a father, a Medicare beneficiary, and a stage 4 cancer thriver. So 5 years ago, I was diagnosed with an aggressive stage 4 cancer, and I was told I just had weeks to live. My doctors recommended I begin an innovative immunotherapy treatment. This treatment involved experimental drugs, which were part of a clinical trial funded by NIH through Johns Hopkins Hospital. Absolutely, shout out NIH. You did hear me say "were" there. I use the past tense because that's no longer the case. The counterfeit king and his jackass jester have taken their chainsaw to NIH funding and jobs. They've hacked apart the Department of Veterans Affairs, disrupting vital health care to veterans like myself. And they've shamefully fired critical health workers. They've wantonly slashed money for clinical trials and other crucial medical and scientific work which leads to breakthroughs like the drugs that saved my life, drugs that in many cases are no longer available. My life and the lives of millions of Americans with cancer and other life-threatening diseases are now at even greater risk. The lives and well-being of veterans are at risk. All of this is the greed and inhumanity of a tiny number of obscenely rich billionaires. Absolutely. They want to fleece the people's government, our government, and seize more money for themselves. And make no mistake, these are our tax dollars. This is our money. These are our services. I was and remain extremely lucky to be here. That clinical trial and those drugs saved my life, and they're the only reason I'm standing up here speaking to you today. They're the only reason my young children got more time with their dad. If I received my original diagnosis today, I wouldn't be so lucky. If my cancer comes roaring back, and the available data suggests that it will, I won't be so lucky. All across our United States, we have family, friends, neighbors, and coworkers who have suffered through cancer and other deadly diseases. We know veterans who depend on VA health care. Our lives are now at greater risk because my life-saving treatment and others just like it have been destroyed by this administration. Funding for medical and scientific research is a core government function. It will not and cannot be replaced by private companies. We've seen what happens when we do that. We get the Sacklers and the opioid crisis. We get skyrocketing insulin prices. We get Martin Shkreli and unattainable HIV treatment costs. I did not vote for the felonious Pharaoh, and no one voted for his wannabe Willy Wonka, both of whom are destroying our livelihood. To them we say, hands off medical research. Hands off science. Hands off Veterans Affairs. Hands off Medicare and Medicaid. And hands off our services. Thank you so much for being out here today. You guys look beautiful. I love all the signage. And remember, this is what resistance looks like. Like the man said, somebody got to do it.
Please welcome Representative Catherine.
Oh, it is such a beautiful sight to see over 100,000 patriots. So I'm the whip in the House, and I count the votes and make sure that we stay unified. And I want to tell you, you are putting on one hell of a whip operation here. You are not just saying hands off. You're not just standing up for your family and your community. You are the patriots standing up for our country. This is all about all of us versus the billionaire class and the politicians that they have purchased. This is about a Republican Party that has not betrayed just you, but the very people who voted for them. So we say to them, hands off our Social Security. Hands off our Medicaid. Hands off our public schools. Hands off our child care. Hands off our science and research. Hands off our veterans' benefits. Hands off our civil rights. Hands off our bodies. And hands off our votes. We do not want a government of, by, and for the billionaire class. And we want to make sure that you are heard on the other end of this mall, at the Capitol. And right over there at the White House. We're going to tell them we see your cowardice. We see that you have chosen power over our country, over democracy. And we're here to tell you we're not going to stand for it. What we're going to do is stand together against the lies they're telling us every single day. Against the fascist lie that our bodies are not our own, that non-white means non-qualified, that billionaires are worthy of dignity more than working families. The lie that our children should go to school hungry and that our seniors should die in poverty. So these have been desperate times, and we can get full of despair. That's the strategy. But I'll tell you, look around. Our power lies in our number. So we're going to keep up the fight, and we are going to build a future that is worthy of our children. Thank you for being here.
Please welcome Co-President Rob Weissman, Executive Chair Norm Eisen, State Democracy Defenders Action, National Campaigns Director Anu Joshi from ACLU.
Hey y'all, we are the litigators! With our big coalition of hundreds of democracy and civil society groups, labor and federal employees, and ordinary folks like the over 100,000 of you! New York and New Hampshire, and we and our coalition have won. More than 50 court orders stopping Trump and Musk and their cronies. The judges have been Democratic appointees and Republican appointees and independents. And do you know what they have said? Hands off my Constitution. Let's join them and let's say it loud so they can hear us over in the White House. Are you ready? Hands off my Constitution. That was pretty good. I was going to ask you all to do it a second time, but I think they heard you. We have won those cases by working together as a coalition, all the thousands of us. I love you too. My organization, State Democracy Defenders Fund, went to court to stop Musk and Doge on the very first day, the very first case brought with Rob and his colleagues at Public Citizen and Labor. And then later, we were ready. Later that same day, we went to court with Anu and the ACLU and her colleagues and brought the very first case on January 20th, saying, Donald Trump, you can't choose which babies born in this country are citizens and which not. The Constitution made that choice, Trump. And since then, we won that and dozens more the coalition did. And you know what? Trump and Musk can't stand all that losing. That's why, yes, they hate it. That's why they're lashing out at all the lawyers and the law firms. Shoot, they're lashing out at me. Donald Trump has removed my security clearance 3 times. 3 times. I don't know if it's a mental capacity thing and he just forgets that he did it, or if he takes it away and then when he loses again, he says, turn it back on so I can feel better about all the losing. Anu, what do you think?
the ACLU has filed over 30 lawsuits against the Trump administration for their extreme, cruel, and illegal actions. And we are winning, and we are not slowing down. But the truth is, while fighting and winning in court is important, we all know it's not nearly enough. We need the power of the people. And together, we must demand that our members of Congress and our governors and our mayors and big law and university presidents and CEOs get in these damn streets with us. They need to show us that they will not capitulate to the Trump administration's threats. The Trump administration's attacks on our right to dissent are the biggest threat to the First Amendment since the Red Scare. The unconscionable and unconstitutional arrest of international students and scholars should alarm every one of us. ICE has illegally snatched people from their homes and neighborhoods, threatened their legal status, and sent them across the country with no notice to their loved ones or their lawyers. In direct retaliation for constitutionally protected speech. The government cannot punish us because they don't like what we say. That's not my opinion, that is central to the Constitution. One of those students that was rounded up is our client, Rumyesa Oster, a Tufts University student who is illegally accosted and arrested outside of her home by plainclothes federal agents and then sent over 1,000 miles away to a for-profit private prison in Louisiana. And all of this terror inflicted because she co-wrote an op-ed for her student newspaper. That's why the ACLU of Massachusetts, CLEAR, and Massachusetts are standing with Rumyesa in court in defense of her First Amendment rights. The government cannot punish us because they don't like what we say. I want to end with a statement from Rumyesa that she shared with her legal team earlier this week. I am a PhD student working with children and youth. We know that injustice in the world and systemic brutality towards people of color has long-lasting negative effects on children, youth, and other communities. Writing is one of the most peaceful ways of addressing systemic inequality. Efforts to target me because of my op-ed in the Tufts Daily calling for the equal dignity and humanity of all people will not deter me from my commitment to advocate for the rights of youth and children. And we cannot let it deter us from fighting for the future of this country.
Public citizen. As you have heard today, and as you know, we are living under the most lawless, Constitution-trampling administration in American history. And so there's nothing more immediately urgent than for us to go to court and beat Trump again and again and again over his illegal and unconstitutional actions. And we have to do it because it's not just about a Schoolhouse Rock moment. It's because people's lives are at stake. It is his illegal actions that are causing a humanitarian disaster around the world. So people are going to die from malaria and TB and preventable disease for no reason. Illegal action that is paving the way for financial fraudsters, for credit card scams and big banks to rip us off. It is his illegal and unconstitutional actions that are rolling back the rules that give us clean air. It is his illegal and unconstitutional action which is racing us towards climate catastrophe. Illegal and unconstitutional actions which are rolling back core racial justice programs. It is his illegal and unconstitutional actions which are stripping away our free speech rights. It is his illegal and unconstitutional actions which threaten this nation's labor movement and the right of workers and the federal government and elsewhere to organize collectively. We have to go to court, and we have to keep beating him, and we're going to do that. But, let me tell you this, we are not going to win all the time. We are going to lose cases that we should win. We're going to lose cases that we should win. And if we won every single case we brought, it wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't be enough to roll back this authoritarian steamroller we're facing. There's only one thing. There's only one thing that's enough to face down this authoritarian moment. And that is this movement here today. That is us here, more than 100,000 of us here right now, more than 1 million of us across the country, more people watching online, people who can't join us up this stair, joining together. So it's together we say when they come after our Social Security, as a movement we say, hands off. When they come after our Medicare, as a movement we say, hands off. When they come after our free speech rights, as a movement we say, hands off. When they come after our labor unions, as a movement we say, hands off. When they come after our democracy, as a movement we say, hands off. That's how we're going to win. Hands off. Hands off to Musk. Hands off to Trump. Hands off to authoritarianism. But hands open to each other, my friends. Hands open and embracing each other. And hands together in solidarity. Hands together in love. Hands together in community. Hands together in empathy. That's how we beat autocracy. That's how we beat oligarchy. That's how we beat Trump. That's how we send us back where we belong. That's how we rescue our democracy. Together, hands together, hands together, hands together, hands together, hands together.
Please welcome Interim Executive Director Portia Allen Kyle, Color of Change.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Portia Allen Kyle, and I have the honor of leading Color of Change. We're a civil rights and racial justice organization fueled by millions of members across the country just like y'all who have showed out today to hold corporations, to hold our government accountable to take action on solutions for us. I wish we were gathered here under different circumstances, but 100,000 plus people here and millions of folks across the country coming together to stand up for our future is a beautiful thing. Because there is a lot to celebrate about a future that we are fighting for. We're here to tell those in power to take their hands off our future, their hands off our economic vitality, to take their hands off our democracy. And we've seen what they're willing to do in this fight. They're willing to rob our families of stability and opportunity, all to protect the interests of the wealthy and the well-connected. They're willing to steal the dignity of our elders by plundering Social Security, treating a lifetime of hard work as expendable and disposable. They're willing to gut the jobs of government workers who keep our communities running and keep our communities safe, just to consolidate power and profit. And this is just the latest chapter in a story in a long history designed to strip Black communities, Indigenous communities, Latino communities, queer communities, and our disabled brothers and sisters from our power, our purpose, and our possibility. But they can't. And we won't let them. The goal of this administration's agenda is predicated on anti-Blackness, and a neo-segregationist agenda and approach that is seeking to erase us and erase our history. And while they seek to break us to embolden themselves, I'm reminded of the words of Alice Walker, prolific writer, Black womanist thought leader, who said there are those who believe that Black people possess the secret of joy, and that it is this that will sustain them through any spiritual or moral or physical devastation. And as a Black woman who has experienced the cruelties and injustices of this world, but who will not let it break me, I know her words are correct. She says resistance is the secret of joy. And that's something I want everyone here to remember today, because there's something that is viscerally satisfying when we say absolutely the fuck not. We must remember to find joy even in the darkest of times, because our joy is resilience. Our joy is defiance. Our joy is the sustenance that keeps us fighting for freedom and justice. And that joy and that motivation will take us a lot further than the hate that fuels them. Because this isn't the first time that segregationists, bigots, and the privileged wealthy elite have tried to steal our joy. And so shout out to all of us that work for a living. Shout out to all of us that know adversity, that have experienced it throughout history, and yet have found joy. Found joy in community. Found joy in togetherness. Found joy in the collective imagination and fighting for a just and equitable world that we just haven't experienced yet. And as always, it will be Black communities, communities of color, queer people, disabled folk, and our allies who are on the front lines fighting for our freedom. And so we tell people in power, hands off. Let the words, let the community, let the joy to be found today sustain you, nourish you in the coming days, months, and years fighting this terror. But it can't storm forever. Remember that joy is the lifeblood of resistance and defiance in the face of evil. That dancing, creating, and I see the signs, I know y'all are creative. That marching, that protesting, that standing up against this neo-segregationist tyranny and authoritarianism, that we will continue to say hands off, that we will continue to find joy in the resistance, and we will resist with joy. Thank you.
Please welcome Gabriel Eaton, Planned Parenthood.
Hello, beautiful people. My name is Gabe, and I'm from La Crosse, Wisconsin. That's the Wisconsin where the richest person in the world spent millions of dollars trying to buy a state Supreme Court seat, and he failed! Can I hear it for all the Wisconsinites defending democracy? Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am Black. I am Filipino-Japanese, second generation. I'm a disabled trans man. But I'm also a Medicaid patient. I'm also a person who uses food stamps. I'm also a person who has been through houselessness in this country. I am also a person who has gone through substance use and addiction. And most of all, I am a patient of Planned Parenthood. I am everything that Donald Trump and Elon Musk want to erase. I am everything they want to silence. With every executive order, with every safety net they slash, every hateful word they say, they want me to go away. So in case they're listening down the street, which I doubt they are, hello! I'm here! I exist! We as people all exist! But they do keep trying. Every day there's something new to be pissed / terrified / heartbroken about. Last week, Donald Trump and Elon Musk came after an organization near and dear to my heart, Planned Parenthood. Show of hands, how many of you have been to a Planned Parenthood for care? Or has had a neighbor or a loved one go? I love you all, thank you. I'm not at all surprised nor shocked, because 1 in 4 people have been to Planned Parenthood. It's for our communities and for our neighbors. I've been a Planned Parenthood patient many times over, for an IUD and birth control, for life-saving HIV protection through PrEP, for testosterone, for an overabundance of condoms and safer sex materials, for letters of support for my top surgery. Planned Parenthood has our backs. I've always had Planned Parenthood's back, but I'm now here to support and show my love for this organization. And I'm also here to tell you what you need to do. You need to call your members of Congress. You need to call your local politicians. Tell them to protect Planned Parenthood patients by any means necessary. This isn't an ask, this is a tell. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell anybody who will listen to you. Tell them to keep their hands off of our health care. Hands off our health care. Hands off our health care. Hands off our bodies. Hands off our bodies. Hands off our bodies. Hands off our bodies. Tell the billionaires down the street that want to tell us what we can do with our bodies and our lives. Tell them to fuck off! Tell them we deserve better! And that's why I'm here today. To remind them that they cannot take away our rights. They cannot take away who I am. Because I won't let them! We won't let them! We won't let them! We won't let them! one more thing about me is I've been coming out to protests and demonstrations from when I was a little kid for Prop 8 in California, when my rights were forged. I've used my voice to fight for my neighbors in my community. This is who I am. This is who we are. And I know there's always something that you and I can do to fight back. We can volunteer. We can knock doors for the election like I did. We can call our members of Congress and our local politicians to tell them to take their hands off of our health care. You can share your story with anybody who will listen. Please. Tell anyone who will listen, anyone who cares, anyone who will give you the time of day why this matters to you. There are hundreds upon thousands of us, and we are not going away. We will not be erased. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage Executive Director Chatterjee, Free DC.
You all look so beautiful out there. Give yourselves a round of applause. My name is Chatterjee. I'm the Executive Director of Free DC, and I'm here because I know that everyone here agrees that DC deserves better than what we're getting right now. DC deserves to manage and run and have our own budget. DC deserves to have our own laws. DC deserves to have elected officials that represent us, the people of DC, and our interests, people who we elected to represent our interests. And DC deserves to maintain our status as a sanctuary city. There's nobody who should be able to take that away from us, because that is what we voted for here in DC. Now, this administration is attempting a power grab in so many ways, but it's also attempting a power grab over the people of DC and DC communities. And it is up to us, it is up to all of us to stop them. Whether or not you live in DC, it is up to us. We have to stop them, because when we talk about DC, we are talking about more than just any old city. We are talking about the capital city of this country. And for a leader like this one that lives in that house behind you all, they are consolidating power so fast. They are trying to control the capital city. That is how they want to stifle us. It's how they want to stifle protest like this. It's how they want to stifle dissent. And that's really dangerous to let them come after DC, the capital. This president is following an authoritarian playbook. He's doing the things that authoritarians have done throughout history to concentrate power and to break down democracy. We've seen him, right? Dismantling federal agencies. Anyone seen that? Retaliating against critics. Allowing some people who he likes to operate above the law. This is what authoritarians do, and we cannot let him take over our capital. It is up to all of us to stop them. And here in DC, we are uniquely powerful. It has always, in every country where we've seen people rise up against authoritarianism, it has always been people in the capital city who rise up. And Free DC is here to build the movement that it will take to make it clear that we, all of us, inside, outside DC, we will not comply. I know that we can do this because, unlike the president, I know the people of DC. And some of you heard this morning the go-go beats that we danced to. We saw some of our students up here this morning, our beautiful students who are brilliant. And we know that our neighbors are connected to each other and in communities that love each other. Those are the things that make it impossible for a leader to oppress people. those communities, those relationships, that beauty, that creativity. So we heard just a few minutes ago a lot about the importance of joy. I want to ask you all to say it with me, to be a part of this movement for joy, because we are going to need to push back. Here in DC, about 3 weeks ago, we did something pretty unprecedented. We flooded 100 Senate offices at once, and we actually, so we didn't get them to save democracy because they didn't have the sign for that, but we did get them to actually pass a standalone bill that let us use our own local dollars in DC. They tried to take that away from us. But now that bill is in front of the House of Representatives, and the people, you're about to hear from some people who support us in allowing us to use our own dollars. But unfortunately, we're going to have to push for this. So I want to invite everyone here to join us on Monday morning. We're going to be up at the Capitol at Spirit of Justice Park. You can go to our website, freedcproject.org, and figure out how to join us. Join us in forcing this government to let us have our own local dollars. This is part of protecting DC, this is part of protecting the Capitol, and this is part of protecting democracy. And protecting our own sanity and our community is part of that too. So I'm going to tell you a little bit of our priorities and our ethos at Free DC, and I want you to repeat after me. I will prioritize joy. I can see you doing it right now. I can see the smiles. I will take up space. I see you doing it right now. 100,000 of you taking up our thing. And I will organize my community. Thank you so much. That's what it's going to take to have a free DC. I'm going to say free. You say DC. Free? DC. Free? DC. Free? DC. Free? DC. I'm going to say DC. You say statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Representatives Beyer, Omar, Green, Simon, Swalwell.
What Donald Trump is doing to our country. Donald Trump says he wants to make America great again, but he's making America the 1930s again. Hoover gave us the crash of 1929. Donald Trump gave us the stock market crash of 2025. Hoover gave us Smoot-Hawley in the Great Depression. Donald Trump has given us the largest tariffs ever in American history, a plunge in consumer confidence, and he's destroying our economy. The Great Depression, 1930s, gave us 25% unemployment. Elon Musk has already fired hundreds of thousands of people, and government, federal employees, contractors. Lee Zeldin's gutting the EPA. They had no EPA in the 1930s. They had the Dust Bowl. Donald Trump is cutting the CDC. They had no CDC. Instead, millions of people died from polio, from measles, from tuberculosis. Donald Trump's gutting the NIH. In the 1930s, cancer was a death sentence. And then there's the Department of Education, and they fired half the people. All of their civil rights organizations. They had no Department of Education civil rights, and all of our schools were separate but equal. And then there's diversity. In the 1930s, if you were a Jewish American or Black American, you were denied neighborhoods, jobs, society, education. Women could be secretaries, teachers, and nurses if they were unmarried. And if you were gay or lesbian or trans, you led a life of complete secrecy and repression. We are not going back. We will be fearless, relentless, angry, smart, and we will be tireless. My favorite wisdom is all life asks of us is that we live it with courage. So let me give you one of the most courageous members of Congress, my friend Ilhan Omar from Venezuela.
To be
thing. No matter who you are, Elon Musk and Donald Trump and corrupt congressional Republicans are coming for you. If you are a mother struggling to put food on the table, they are coming for you. If you have elderly parents that you are trying to put in a nursing home, they are coming for you. If you are a senior relying on Social Security, they are coming for you. If you have disabled children and you're trying to make sure they have access to education by cutting the education department, they're coming for you. So they want you to believe. They want you to believe to look at your neighbor as the enemy. They want you to believe that it is because of trans kids that you can't have the necessary access to the programs we already paid for. They want you to think it is okay to snatch people in the middle of the night and disappear them. They want to take away our pride as Americans in the Constitution and due process by putting people in foreign prisons in a dark hole. They want to crash the economy so that they can set up a process of punishment and reward. So they can grab more power for who will bend the knee and give them access. None of this is normal. So if you want a country that has the marvelous Constitution we have to fight for it. If you want a country that still believes in due process, we have to fight for it. If you believe in a country where we take care of our neighbors, look after the poor, and make sure our children have a future they can believe in, we have to fight for it. So are you ready to fight? Are you ready to fight? Let's go fight and win. And with that, it is my honor to introduce Representative Simon of California.
Hey, good people. So I've been in the United States Congress for about 3 months. I was sworn in on January 3rd with my colleagues to do one thing, is to fight like hell against tyranny. You elected members of Congress to stand with the backbone 10 toes down to fight and to win for the little girl right now who is in cancer treatment, who her parents are praying every minute for a cure to be met by an administration who refuses to fund cancer research. You elected members to fight like hell and to deny their vote to a slimy administration who has proved time and time again that their cruelness is beyond no end. You elected us to adhere not only to the Constitution, but the promise of the framers, the Hebrew text and the New Testament, the Quran and the words of the Baha'i, and every single religion that surrounds this great nation. Isaiah 10, verse 1 and 2. It's clear. The Hebrew Bible is clear. Woe who injects false and cruel laws that makes the fatherless poor. Woe who is those who inject false narratives that ensures that the widows have nothing. I tell you one thing here, as a new member of Congress and as an organizer 30 years deep in our regardless of this administration's aim to stomp on the backs of our elderly, regardless of this administration's promise to end inclusivity and to throw out our children, not only, brothers and sisters and siblings, will we fight, we will use the strategic force of this body and the 2 million strong that are out in the streets today to win. At every city hall, at every governor's office, and yes, right here in the White House, our lives depend on it. Not only are we going back, we are going north. We will win because evil will never prevail. Let's keep fighting. And I want to introduce my brother, Congresswoman. By the way, thank you so much, Congresswoman. Congressman Eric Swalwell.
This is what kicking the shit out of fascism looks like. This is what it looks like. We've seen a lot of people cave to fascism in America. We're not. We've seen the CEOs cave. Will you cave? We've seen the law firms cave. Will you cave? We've seen the colleges cave. Will you cave? We can't cave. My name's Eric Swalwell. I'm the son of a cop, a mom who was a baker, and I went to college as the first in the family on a soccer scholarship. And before every big game, before every season, the coach would tell us, I want you to close your eyes and think about what does that last moment of the game look like. And I want you to think as we begin this season of democracy, what does the last moment of this march look like? We win! That's what it looks like. It's justice. It's redemption. It's accountability. And it's renewal. Because as you stand here right now, we have gone from a Trump slump to a Trump train wreck. We are going into a red recession. Our 401ks are 201ks. Our costs at Walmart and Home Depot and Target, where 4 out of 5 of the things we buy are from overseas, are going up. And where is Donald Trump? He's golfing. So to Donald Trump I say, get your ass off the golf course and face the people. America first. It's Trump first. This guy is a con. Trump Bibles, made in China. Trump sneakers, made in China. The Trump shitcoin, made on a computer, made in China. And he's not just disappearing people. He's disappearing rights. And to that we say, disappear, we're still here. Our veterans, we're still here. We're still here. We're still here. That's right. He wants to disappear our veterans and women and hardworking immigrants and our seniors and our kids and the sick. We're still here. So you are asking us, what is the plan? And I'll tell you this, we are not going to give a single vote to fascism inside the Congress because we know you're fighting outside the Congress. And so small victories will bring us big victories. We had a victory last Tuesday in Wisconsin. Thank you. We need a victory later this year in New Jersey and Virginia in the governor's race. And then we're going to march all the way to the midterms, and we're going to win on November 4th, and we're going to cut our time in hell in half. So what my colleagues and I want to ask you, because just about a mile from
from here on January 6, 2021, we saw the bravest police officers. They showed up and they defended our democracy. And you don't have to put on body armor. You don't have to take a stun gun to your neck or a Confederate flag to your head. You don't have to suffer a heart attack or a stroke or traumatic brain injury, as we saw from Officer Mike Fanone, or Harry Dunn, or Danny Hodges, or Sergeant Cannell, and so many others. But if you show up with the same integrity, and the same passion, and the same vigor and love for our country that they showed, we will win! So April 5, this day, April 5, will be the day that America came alive. And when I am asked on November 4, 2026, when we win the midterms, how did you know? How were you so confident that we were going to win? I'm going to tell them. Because on April 5, I stood in front of a monument to freedom with people from all over the country, with people who worked so hard and dreamed so big, and they said, we're not going to be fucked with. Thank you. And now, it's my honor to have us close out the congressional speakers to introduce to you someone who has been censured but is not silenced, Congressman Al Green.
I am proud to be here today with my colleagues, all of whom are liberated Democrats. Let's hear it for these liberated Democrats. All of whom are unbought, unbossed, and unafraid. Unafraid to stand up for the many seniors that are among us. We have seniors that are among us. Unafraid to say to Donald John Trump, hands off Medicaid and Medicare. It belongs to our seniors. Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme. It is a part of the American dream that belongs to our seniors. And we have to tell President Trump that Canada is not going to become the 51st state. Russia invaded Ukraine. Greenland is not for sale. And he also needs to know, dear friends, that Gaza is not going to become a resort. Gaza is not going to become a resort. There must be a home for the Palestinian people. There must be. And I'm here to speak from my heart. This message is from my heart. It's not from my head. This is my heart. I want you to know something. I carry this cane because there are people who don't like me. They don't like my cane. But I carry this cane because after having celebrated my 25th birthday 3 times, 2 years into my 4th 25th, I carry this cane. And I carry this cane because I believe in the 23rd Psalm. That portion that reads, "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, because my rod and my staff comforts me." This is my comforter. This is my comforter. And I want you to know that I'm going to take this staff of truth, and I'm going to take this rod, and I want President Trump to know that he's not going to have a 3rd term. There will be no 3rd term. 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 But more important than this, dear brothers and sisters, and I say brothers and sisters because there really is but one race, and that's the human race. Yeah, we're all related. We're all related. And L.S.D. Leakey, a noted anthropologist and paleontologist, reminds us that all of human life can be traced back to a single African woman. So if we're not brothers and sisters, we're at least cousins. So dear cousins, hear this message for Donald Trump, for President Trump. This is more important. I want President Trump to know that I will use my staff of freedom to bring forth, proudly bring forth, a message that should say to him, he may not finish this term. He may not finish this term. He may not finish this term. He may not finish. He may not finish this term. Here's why. Here's why. Here's why. Here's why. Here's why. Here's why. Because you are now sowing the seeds that can lead to a Congress being elected that will have the courage to not only have articles of impeachment filed, but to impeach him a 3rd time. Impeach him a 3rd time. A 3rd time. And the Senate, we need a Senate that will convict him this time. And I want you to know from my heart, I understand that he is a Goliath. He is a Goliath. He has control of the generals and the military. He has control of the Justice Department. He has control of the Republican Party. But my friends, for every Goliath, there is a David. There's a David. These are your Davids. There's a David. And I want you to know, Mr. President, this David is going to bring articles of impeachment against you within the next 30 days. Within the next 30 days. I'm bringing articles of impeachment. I'm coming for you, Mr. President. This David is coming for you. You don't deserve the office you hold. You can't be entrusted with liberty and justice for all. You can't be entrusted with government of the people, by the people, for the people. I'm coming for you. I'm your David. God bless you.
Please welcome to the stage co-executive directors Leah Greenberg and Ezra Levin, indivisible.
Executive Director.
We represent a movement of thousands of local indivisible groups around the country. People who decided that politics and our democracy are too important to be left up to the politicians who raised their hand and said, I gotta do something. And if that sounds like you, I bet there's a group near you that could use a few new organizers. Now, I want to be so clear about why we are here today. Over the last 3 months, Donald Trump has handed the federal government, the awesome powers of the federal government, over to the richest man in the world. And the richest man in the world has decided that you don't deserve clean drinking water. The richest man in the world has decided that your kids don't deserve good schools and special education. The richest man in the world has decided that our veterans don't deserve services, and your grandma does not deserve fuel to heat her home. The richest man in the world is coming for our Medicare and our Social Security. The richest man in the world is firing the people who protect our workers' rights, who protect our civil rights, who protect our public lands and national parks, who research the cancer and the Alzheimer's and the diabetes cures that we and our loved ones depend on. And they're doing it all. They are doing this all so that they can fund their next round of giveaways to their fellow billionaire buddies. So that Donald Trump and Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk can have another yacht and another fat tax cut. And they know that this is not popular. They know that the vast majority of Americans do not want this. That is why they are attacking our democracy to cement their own power. They are attacking our freedom to vote. They are taking kids off the streets, students off the streets for their social media posts. They're imprisoning innocent fathers in a foreign prison. They're doing all of this. They are willing to rip our democracy to shreds so they can sell the pieces off.
Hey, Leah got a lot of booze there. Can I get some cheers for her? What are we going to do about it? You know, there are some Democratic leaders out there who say the smart strategy is to roll over and play dead. Should we roll over and play dead? Look around, y'all. The institutions that should be upholding our democracy, they are rolling over and playing dead. I got a list. I'm going to name some names. Collaborators, like law firms with Paul Weiss. Capitulators in legacy media institutions like the Washington Post and the LA Times. Craving universities like Columbia. Kleptocratic businesses like Amazon and Facebook. Look, when institutions that are supposed to uphold our democratic norms fail and fall, it's up to the people to step up. Are we going to step up? Are we stepping up? Are we stepping up? You bet your ass we are. You know why? You know why? Because as much as Musk, as much as Trump, as much as congressional Republicans want us to think that they're in control, that they're all powerful, are they all powerful? Here, let me ask you something. I believe that America is a constitutional republic. Is that right? What are the ideal number of kings in a constitutional republic? How many kings? How many kings? That sounds pretty good to me. 0 sounds like the right number to me. Now, everyone here, there are over 100,000 folks in DC right now. DC, which is taxed without representation, 100,000 here. But it's not just in DC. Today, right now, we are all part of the single largest pro-democracy protest in years. Every single state, just about every single community, 1,300 worldwide, y'all, worldwide. Now, look, this is incredible. This display of people power is absolutely incredible. It is not the end point in the fight against the fascist attack on our democracy. It's not the end point. It could be an inflection point. It could be an inflection point if we make it an inflection point. Look, we are not victims of world events, y'all. The fascists, they want us to fear them. Do we fear them? They know that fear is contagious. You know what else is contagious? Courage. Each one of us gets to choose what we put out into the world. What do we choose? What do we choose? What do we choose? Okay, so what do we do with that courage? The next congressional recess is just a few days away. It begins April 11th. Here's your task. I'm going to give you 3 tasks. If you ever worked with Indivisible, we love a good rally, but we like a plan too. We want to actually put a plan into action. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do. Step 1, there are 100,000 people here. I bet you don't know every one of them. I bet there are some new friends you can introduce yourself to right now. Look at these cool signs. Compliment your new friend on their sign. Exchange contact information. Do that before you go to leave this rally. You gonna do that? Okay, 2, on your way home, here's what I'm gonna ask you to do. Think of the 5 friends, people in your community who aren't here but could be here. Are you gonna do it? And 3, when you get home, it's up to you. Nobody is coming to save us. We have to save ourselves. We have to save ourselves. We have to go. Join your local Indivisible group, or your local 5051, or your local Working Families Party group, or start your own, but it's up to you. It's up to you. Are we going to accept from our supposed leaders when they tell us to roll over and play dead? Remind me, how many kings? How many kings? How many kings? Damn straight. Okay, now let's go back home and organize the protest. This one's over.
Thank you for joining Hands Off, the Pete Veto rally in Washington, D.C.
Phil, can I grab your pass real quick? Oh my God. I wasn't zoom out anymore. Tell him to stay. Might as well. I'll be right back.
Oh my God. No, yes. Wait! Get a chair. Oh wait, now it's on.
I was working today. Supposed to be 2 hours. But fine, when people are speaking for 20 minutes, it's like, this isn't going 2 hours. I know this isn't going 2 hours. I know, there's like 3 people up there, they each speak for like 15 minutes. I know. That's all you're saying. You're saying the same thing. No one died. It's like I thought somebody died.
check, you say. Mic check. Mic check. All right. You guys were supposed to say all right when I said all right. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. We are the people. The mighty, mighty people. We are here to defend our country. We are here to protect our freedom. We are here to call out the traitors. Call out the traitors. They are the people. The shady, shady people. They have voted to betray our country. They would like to deny our freedoms. They should not be allowed to govern. Call out the traitors. Call out the traitors. Thank you. Thank you. So, it's good to be here with you all, Los Angeles. This was my hometown and my stomping grounds for many years, until I took a leap of faith and jumped off a cliff and landed in San Diego. And now I'm really excited to say that we're here as Southern California. I'm now organizing with 50501 San Diego. We're so excited to be here with 50501 SoCal, 50501 Inland Empire, Simi Valley, Ventura, yeah. And we've got a full, amazing day that is getting kicked off now. You all know we're gonna hear some amazing speakers. Then we're gonna march to City Hall. That's going to be fire from start to finish. So I want to just get you all to say, like, no going home early. You're also all invited to the post party over at Bar Franca. And we are going to get, I'm going to continue to say things until the person who's running late shows up. Mic check. Mic check. I love you. I see you. I'm here for you. I hope you have my back, because I have yours. I could do this all day. I don't know, but I've been told. People here are mighty bold. I don't know, but I've been told that I am getting kind of old. I'm not great at rhyming all the time. Yeah, please do. And I just want to see. So we're actually going to do a little reshuffling to make sure we stay on time. I'm going to invite my brother Bobby Wallace of the Kumeyaay Nation to stage to open us up with words of the microphone. The microphone is already feeling the power.
Man, do you feel that Ekman power? Awesome. My name is Bobby Wallace. I'm with the Barona Band of Mission Indians. I'm from the Kumeyaay Nation. And I run with everybody. Woo! You know, I want to do a little land acknowledgement for the people that were here before. LA's been around for 150 years, which is nothing. The Tongva people, the Tataviam people, the Serrano, the Kits, and the Chumash were here also, and my people traveled through here. There are remains of my people up and down the coast, all the way up to Oregon, and as far out as way out in the desert. I want to pay homage to all those that are passed, all those that are here today, and all those that are coming tomorrow. I pray to you and your God, as you see it, that we can get through this day, we can get through this time, and be strong. Nuke no what? All right, you guys. Here's for all you badass people. Give a big ass shout. Don't be afraid of anything. Don't be nervous. We're going to do this. We're going to get out there. We're going to march. And our effing voice is going to be heard. If people can't handle it, tough shit. And when I speak candidly, like the person I am. And that should go for all you guys too. We all are individuals. We have our rights to speak. We have our rights to do things. And once that shit is gone, we're nothing. And I've seen it before. There was 25,000 of my people. By the time they got to where my people were at, they were experienced freaking killers. There was 700 and something left, and I'm the product of a people who had 700 left at one fucking point. You know, it sucks. So I know it. It's one of the worst genocides in the history of Mother Earth. So you guys remember, today, we're going to get out there. We're going to march proud as shit, right? That's everybody. We're not ashamed of nothing. We're going to get out there. We're going to march. We're going to be loud. We're going to be strong. We're going to be like 5 fingers on a fist, right? All right. I love you guys. I love you guys. Wait a minute. That wasn't enough love. And this is the way it should be. Love and not freaking hate. Nuke no what?
Oweshkanahan, Brother Wallace, thank you so much. Miha tuhovatame natwana ni Jimmy Rocha, Nika Tomyar, Chief Vera Rocha, Nika, Chief Tomyar, Nicholas Rocha. Hello everyone, my name is Jamie Rocha. I'm a tribal council member with the Gabalino Shoshone Nation of Southern California. We are one of the ancestral groups that come here right from the Los Angeles Basin. We are here on our ancestral lands of what we have known as Nyangna, now known as modern-day Los Angeles. You know, my family, I come from a long line of activists. My own grandmother, Chief Yana Vera Rocha, she did the same thing that we're doing as right now, but sometimes maybe by herself, maybe with some of my uncles, my father, my aunts. I think that was her talking right now, through me right now. And not only her as an indigenous leader, but indigenous woman of color. She has seen, and my people have seen, trauma. We have seen challenges that, that is still with us today. But seeing everyone from every walks of life on here on my ancestral lands, fighting against fascism, fighting against hate, fighting against everything we think until 2025 we should have progress against. But seeing over here, preventing us to prevent that rollback, we are not going to go back. As an indigenous woman, I am not going to go back. We won't go. Thank you. I see the same spirit when my grandmother was fighting. She was thrown out of City Hall decades ago, fighting against Christopher Columbus statue, fighting against the atrocities that were against not only my people, but my other indigenous communities. Also indigenous communities that call LA home. LA County is home to one of the biggest accumulations of native populations of Turtle Island and South America in the United States. And seeing what we're seeing right now, it hurts me. It hurts me seeing not only my people through, but my relatives. I say my relatives, even not by blood. My relatives are standing here for what is right. So like I said, we're not going to go back. And I stand with you, and I hope you stand with me and the Gabrielle nations that call LA our ancestral home, because we are still here. We are here to protect our black communities. We are here to protect our LGBTQI communities, our trans communities. Everything that they want us, they didn't want me here. Right now, they don't want me here. But you know why I am here? I'm making my own space, and you're making your own space. So I say in our language, Awishkanaha. Thank you. Shahoa Nakmehe, I am honored to be here. Now let's fight the good fight, because we're still here, and we're not going anywhere. Awishkanaha. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. We're so honored to have you here. Thank you. So we're going to hear from a lot of different voices, a lot of people who are furious about this administration and its cadre of oligarchs and what they're doing to our country. But in the interest of diverse voices, we've got someone with a very different view next. Someone who shares Trump's unique economic perspective. So please welcome the brother of bullion, the stepfather of stock options, the compadre of cash. Please put your hands together for felonious acts of the trillionaires for Trump.
The trillionaires are here. We're men of the hour. We're sitting pretty chilling in our halls of power. We're buying access. We're seeing progress and making a mess of the political process. Oh, yes. Our cheese is buying us a whole lot of leverage. When we arrive, they serve us a nice, cool beverage. We're the final word on impending legislation. Please no player hating on the regulating of our corporations and our industries. With the fox with the platinum set of henhouse keys. Buying $1 million favors for a couple of G's. We got money, currency, steady blowing in the breeze. We're squeezing and we're causing you pain. We're waging class warfare just like Tamerlane. The billionaires are living our American dream. We're spilling all your milk and drinking all your cream. So step out our cyber trucks and everybody stares. Parents, lock up your daughters. Here come the billionaires. Huzzah, huzzah, huzzah. Good afternoon, Los Angeles. I am Felonious Acts of the Trillionaires for Trump. Well, we're not really trillionaires yet. We're still merely billionaires, but that's going to change, and soon. And that's why my oligarchic brother in crime, Elon Musk, could not be here with you today. I'm here in his place. He's busy in Washington taking a chainsaw to every public program, every agency that makes your short, miserable lives just a little less short and a little less miserable. Everything is on the chopping block. Social Security is on the chopping block. Medicare is on the chopping block. The environment, healthcare, education. Oh, well, not everything is on the chopping block. I promise you, we're going to keep raising the defense budget because it turns out, hey, are you guys angry? Right. It turns out that moving fast and breaking things seems to make people angry. So we're going to goose up the defense budget because we got to maintain a strong military and build a powerful police state, and we're going to keep you rabble from ever thinking about trying to take America back from our hands. Right? So every hardworking public servant that Elon Musk fires, every agency that he shutters means more money that's going to go into that multi-trillion-dollar tax cut that our dear leader Donald Trump is going to pass. And then we truly will become trillionaires for Trump. Hey, America is a nation of immigrants. Raise your hand if you're descended from immigrants. Anybody? Okay. Well, Elon Musk is also an immigrant. Immigrants bring their culture and their traditions. Well, Elon Musk came from apartheid South Africa, and he's bringing his tradition of apartheid right here to America. Now, for those who don't know, the word apartheid is just a fancy word for fascism. And you know what? Elon Musk loves his culture and loves spreading his traditions around the globe. And that's why when you guys protest and you go outside of Tesla dealership and protest against him, you're hurting his brand. You're hurting his stock prices. Tesla's taking a tumble. Oh, it's terrible. And that means he has fewer hundreds of millions of dollars to spend propping up fascist regimes and electing fascist candidates, like the Alternative Von Deutschland party in Germany, the neo-Nazi party, or Donald Trump. And so you're hurting and you're being culturally insensitive to his racial, his ethnic tradition of apartheid. Look what happened in Wisconsin this week. Elon felt so insecure. Elon didn't feel like he only spent $25 million to try to buy that seat for a MAGA judge. And instead, look what you folks did. You elected a woman, a liberal woman who's pro-choice. You should hang your heads in shame. For shame. You know, people, you guys seem to think fascism's a bad thing. No, it's a great thing. It's the perfect political system. Corporations that support fascism, prop up fascist regimes, make more money than anybody ever makes. It's crazy, but it's good for you guys too, because we help control your lives. We tell you whom to hate. Muslims, trans people, we tell you whom to hate so you don't have to spend your energy hating us. See, that's what I'm saying. So, and also, your lives are nice and ordered so you can spend more time and energy focused on loving our dear leader, Donald Trump. So you know what, everybody? You guys just go home and get on X and post some dank memes and save your more dwindling paychecks to buying your first Cybertruck, and we will continue doing the business of governing. Huzzah! I'm Felonious Axe for the Trillionaires from Trump. Thank you so much. This has been really lovely.
To Mr. Cliff Tasner, who's the president of Southern California Americans for Democratic Action. Thanks to SC88 for endorsing this operation here, and for Cliff for being a stalwart progressive leader here in Los Angeles for many, many years. And now I'm very, very excited, speaking of dank memes, to introduce you all to someone who has been running the comms and the press and all the media for this event and the SoCal 50501. Hunter Dunn! Give it up for Hunter
Dunn! Well, first off, I just want to thank you all for being here. It's amazing how much this movement has grown in just under 2 months. On February 5th, we had a few hundred people at City Hall. Today we have thousands here already in Berkeley Square. We have a lot of diverse voices. You just heard one of them. But in my case, I'm a college student. On March 4th, Donald Trump... Okay, like this? Awesome. On March 4th, Donald Trump personally threatened college students like me, threatening to arrest and deport us for illegal protests, which is an oxymoron because there is no such thing as an illegal protest. We have a First Amendment right to be here. So we're not going to shut up. There you go. He jails protesters to scare students into silence. He deports immigrants that make our country stronger to make people afraid. He illegally purged hundreds of hardworking government employees to attack the institutions that could hold him accountable. Even his betrayal of Ukraine is meant to make the free world feel afraid. But we're not going to listen to the Mad King. We're not going to shut up just because he wants us to, because that would be giving in. So what are we going to do instead? The fascist needs complete control. He needs total submission to his agenda. But we won't let him. How can we stop him? The answer is simple. Constant acts of defiance. Trump's need for control is all-consuming, which is why we have to fight back. We will defy him in the streets, and we will fight him through the courts and through media. We will defend our freedom. as our friend Thelonious pointed out, we are up against the 1%. We are up against the billionaires. We are up against trillions of dollars who want to hollow out the government and make the lives of the American family harder to line their paychecks, to line their pockets, because they want to leave this planet in ashes so they can go to Mars and live there. But we're not going to let that happen. Why? Because we're out here in the streets now. We are marching now to show the American people that we are willing to stand up against fascism. Because in 2026 and 2028, we're going to take our country back. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to make sure this never happens again. And how are we going to do that? We're going to build affordable housing. We're going to create a universal health care system. We're going to have ranked choice voting. We're going to ensure that never again will American families be tricked to go under the heel of a fascist dictator, okay? That's what we're going to do. This movement, this moment, is bigger than the next 4 years. It's bigger than Congress. It's bigger than California. It's bigger than the Oval Office. Right here and all around the country, people are uniting at the beginning of the start of something bigger than just this administration. We are looking at the great American renewal. Hell, an American revival. So, let me take a second here to speak to my own generation, because I'm Gen Z, right? To my fellow students in hiding, 30 years from now, your kids are going to ask you what you were doing. They're going, your child or your grandchild, you know what they're going to say? Dad, what did you do when that orange Nazi tried to take over America? What are you going to tell them? I know what I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you! Hunter Dunn! Give it up again for Hunter Dunn! Woo. I'm gonna tell you guys about my low point of apathy, because I can point to a single day. It was February 15th, 2003. Raise your hand if February 15th, 2003 rings a bell, and if you were out protesting that day. Yeah? Yeah? I did not go out and protest that day. I stayed home because I didn't see if I didn't understand why it would make a difference. I encouraged the date that I had to go out to brunch, and she's like, no, I'm going to go protest. And I was like, what's it going to do? And she left, and I just laid there and was like, realized how helpless that I felt. And it was a long road to climb back from that point. A road that included just learning to say yes to things and be positive and look at the things that I could change around me, whether it was just introducing people to each other and changing the world by making connections or using my voice. And so I've not stopped since then. And now I'm going to introduce you to our next speaker, who is one of the few voices here from the Inland Empire on stage, Lorraine Enriquez with the Redlands Area Democratic Club. Welcome her to the stage, please.
Hello, Los Angeles. Hello. My name is Lorraine Enriquez, and I'm the president of the Redlands Area Democratic Club. And I'm here today to tell you that I'm from the Inland Empire, and we are in the house. Let me tell you about the area of SoCal where I'm from. San Bernardino County is the largest county in the lower 48. And if you put San Bernardino and Riverside together, we are larger than 10 smaller U.S. states geographically. So we are huge. Nevertheless, we are often an afterthought, not just here in Southern California, but in the whole state. Today, I want you to know that we are an untapped powerhouse for energy and innovation fueled by a growingly diverse population. We are, in fact, California's biggest little secret. Why untapped? Because for many years, we were largely red when it came to voting. And frankly, many non-conservatives have lost hope. But there are more and more of us coming together, forming grassroots coalitions to say, it's time, we have voices, and we will use them. We now have the number 3 Democrat in the House of Representatives, Pete Aguilar, the former mayor of Redlands. And our Democratic rep in the California State Legislature Assembly, Robert Garcia, has just been appointed the Assistant Majority Leader in this, his freshman term. So we are showing up and we're making our voices heard in our legislative halls of power. But that is not enough, and we know it. Make no mistake, right-wing Moms for Liberty has noticed us. They have launched an all-out attack on our Redlands School Board, and they're now coming for our books, for our flags, and our LGBTQIA students, and we are saying no. In fact, in all corners of the Inland Empire, people who believe in social justice and civil rights, people who believe in women's autonomy, the right to have control over our own bodies, and have the right to vote. People who believe in welcoming immigrants, people who are pushing back against white Christian nationalism. People who believe in the rule of law, the Constitution, and all of its amendments. People who believe that access to health care is a right. People who believe in standing up for our veterans. People who believe that our disabled fellow Americans should not be marginalized and denied care and support. People who believe that school children should not have to practice hiding in their classrooms from a person wielding a gun. People who believe that all are entitled to a living wage. So we exist, and we will continue to speak up. So we wanted to be here today to say that the IE is also SoCal. And we ask you to continue to support your fellow pro-democracy activists in the IE, because we are stronger together. And as we painfully learned several years ago, we are San Bernardino strong. But we are also Redlands strong, Riverside strong, IE strong, SoCal strong, California strong. So let's give our country a democracy and finally guarantee equity and inclusion for our diverse rainbow of residents. And as Californians, let us lead the way. This is our moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. Thank you. You all are doing amazing. You're standing out here in the hot sun, looking all fresh. I want to ask everyone to take a big stretch. Let's all do a stretch. Oh, and then, yeah, wiggle it out a little. Maybe let's take a deep breath. Let it out. I want to encourage everyone to do a quick check-in with yourself. If you need water, there's water available right over there. We're already having people, some people who maybe should have gotten the water a little earlier. So please go step away, get the water if you need it. Send a friend to go get some for you. We want everyone to make it all the way to the end, including all the way to the end of the post party. The post party, if you haven't heard, is over at Bar Franca. It's being hosted by Activist San Diego. I wear many hats. One of them is that I'm on the board of Activist San Diego, which is for 26 years been doing networking for social justice. We run KNSJ Radio, which you can listen to here at knsj.org. It's part of the Pacifica Network, along with KPFK and great community radio. The next performer, we almost couldn't have, because I'm pretty sure she's now an outlaw. She's a DEI and equity professional, a cultural strategist. She had been the former board of directors of Activist San Diego. Activist San Diego was founded by this gentleman right here in the hat, Martin Eder. Wave your hand. 26 years ago. We'll hear from him at the post party. You're all invited. So go to Instagram at ActivistSD to find the ticket link to go to the post party. It's register for your tickets ASAP. If you need a discount code, come see us. So our next performer has performed on stages all across the world. My dear friend, Seche Kwamunana.
Hello, San Diego! Los Angeles! Thank you for your grace. Oh, jeez. Thank you. This tech stuff, I had it open just a minute ago. And now I have to find it. Okay, here we go. Woo! All right, let's try this again. Hello, Los Angeles! I'm honored to be here with you, and I'm especially honored to share this musical piece, which is very close to my heart. My unreleased song called Mama. But first, I want to take a moment to share what it means and why I'm bringing it to this stage, to this moment, and to this movement. I wrote Mama in the middle of my mother's funeral a year ago. And coincidentally, today is 1 year since her wake. The grief was crushing and unbearable, but in the midst of all that, this melody burst out. At first I thought it was just going to be a mourning song of despair. But as we brought it to the studio, and I reflected on my mother's life and her legacy of fighting for the marginalized, the song became something else. It became a celebration song. It became a resilience song. It became a hope song. So, when they try to erase us, marginalize us, strip us of our rights, we must remember we were born from strong women and ancestors who fought harder battles. And we carry them within us. Many of us are mourning our country right now. That's why we're here. Mama is about turning mourning into movement. It's about turning pain into power. Turning despair into hope. By envisioning the light at the tunnel of our fight. It's about holding on to joy so we do not burn out or give up. Never. This song is in my native language, Bayangi. And it's in a traditional genre called Moninkim. Because our cultures matter. Our cultures are medicine. Our cultures, our diverse cultures makes America great. And they are tools for resistance and innovation. So when they attack diversity, when they attack immigrants, and when they attack our histories, we do not shrink or hide who we are. We rise, we resist by being even more fully ourselves, proud of our heritage. Can you tell I'm proud of my heritage? This song also embodies the power of solidarity. I was deep in grief, barely functioning, when my dear friend and cultural icon, Martabe Fruitful, stepped in and gave it her all. What we made together is stronger than anything I could have done alone. So before you leave today, I want you to make at least 2 new friends, because connection builds resilience. And resilience is how we win. Now, I invite you to dance with me. When we dance, we are unstoppable. And if you agree with any of these few lines, these next few lines, say Ashe. Ashe. Dance with me if you believe in infusing joy in our movements. Ashe. Dance with me if you believe in honoring the mothers and the ancestors who brought us here. Ashe. Dance with me if you believe in real solidarity, the kind that demands justice for the most marginalized. Not just the change that benefits us, or the change that we're comfortable with. Ashe? And before we start, I have a very special gift for you. Mama is still unreleased, but you can download it for free exclusively at www.getmyfreesong.org. What's the website? Excellent. Getmyfreesong.org. Or you can scan that QR code there to get to it or to connect with me. Ashe? So download the song while it's unreleased. Let it lift your spirits. Let it spark your fire. Let it remind you that our grief is separate and our joy is revolutionary. So, standing on the soldiers of our ancestors, together we say, hands off! What do we say? Hands off! Ashe! Ashe! And so it is. This is Mama. DJ, hit it! On the mic. My point are in the point of my noise, saying the rest of the day. Aha! Mother cow, my legacy cow. Menko mama. Menti mama. The rest is making a walkie. As a man, I do all. Menko mama. Dance with me. Menti mama. The rest is making a walkie. As a man, I do all. Menko mama. Join me on stage if you can. Join me on stage. Give it up for her. Dance with me. Thank you, California! Ashe!
All right, now we have Alex. Alex. We got a dear friend, Alec. Alan. Alan. Let's say it with me. Alan Vargas with the California Young Democrats Labor Caucus.
I'm gonna test y'all. Do y'all know this? Union! I know some of y'all union because I heard that. So my name is Alan, the proud grandson of a farm worker, abracero, who came to this country during World War II. The same people that Donald Trump disrespects, my family. So a little bit about me. I'm the chair of the California Young Democrats Labor Caucus, where we believe in one thing: the cure to the extreme level of corporate greed in this nation is more labor unions and more organized people. Dolores Huerta taught us that when we come together, the rich sweat. Who knew? So we believe in unionizing more workplaces and holding greedy bosses and the rich accountable. But also, as a labor caucus, as a lot of young Dems, we believe and we say, Viva, Viva Palestina! So today in America, we face a fascist administration and a Republican Party that is embracing authoritarianism. There's no way to look about it. Political opponents are disappearing. Students who dare say I have a different thought are disappearing. Where else do we hear that happens? Yes, third world countries where there's a dictator. There is no way of saying, oh, he's saying outrageous things. Now they're guests in our country, they don't have the First Amendment. That's a load of BS. I know so many people who fought for this country who said that's a load of crap. So when somebody says immigrants or people who don't have status don't have a right to protest, you can tell them you can tell them that they can shove a boot up there. And I'm not going to say that. But we also believe that we have to hold fascist oligarchs accountable by being loud, being noisy, being disruptive. The Republican Party, our Congress members are complicit in a rightward shift to fascism in this country. They're not calling out that administration. People go missing, they're quiet. They're like, oh, it's another day. No, it is not another day. When a student is missing and their lawyers and their family can't find them. When immigrants are being sent to Guantanamo Bay because the only crime they committed was seeking a better life. That is not normal business in America. Anyone who attempts to tell you otherwise either watches Fox News or actually does live under a rock. So the fight against what we are facing involves us getting organized in our workplaces, but also talking to our friends, our family, those who are so angry and burnt out with the system, saying that, oh, nothing's ever going to change. Yes, we need to fight this system right now because it is failing. We need labor unions to organize and unionize more places. We need an organized working class because when we're all organized, we all thrive. I remember when we taxed rich people and the country thrived. I remember one job was enough to buy a house. Why is it that we have to give so much ground to the rich and the powerful and we settle for crumbs? I don't settle for that. My family doesn't settle for that. In Mexico, I voted for our now president, Claudia Sheinbaum, with joy. The rich and wealthy are robbing us. We're seeing the largest transfer of wealth since the Gilded Age. More people at the top have that wealth, and we get nothing. So, as I say, Nero fiddle while Rome burned. I think the saying is true. Trump golfs while the country collapses and they wreck this economy. They're destroying our wealth. So I urge you to stand up and fight back, unionize your workplace, and fight because we are this country's last line of defense. So get out there and get loud.
Thank you, Ellen! Hey, real quick, if you're in a union, make some noise. Awesome. If you're from Los Angeles, make some noise. If you live in San Diego, make some noise. If you live in Long Beach, make some noise. Simi Valley, make some noise. Ventura County, make some noise. Redlands, make some noise. South of the 10, make some noise. Woo! Downtown LA, if you live downtown LA, make some noise. All right. Thank you for having us in your yard. If you are or have ever been a Republican, make some noise. Woo! If you're an independent, make some noise. Woo! If you're a Democrat, make some noise. Woo! If you're having a good time, make some noise. So, our next guest also came all the way up from San Diego to be here today to bring a very important message, and it's one that didn't start becoming a problem with Donald Trump. In fact, many presidents before have caused problems, and of course we just got to quickly say, free Palestine, ceasefire now, arms embargo now, stop the deportations, stop the disappearing of people, stop cuts to the VA, treat our veterans with respect. And here is James Smith, the second U.S. Marine Corps veteran and the director of the Black Deported Veterans of America Association.
All right. Good afternoon. How y'all feeling out there? No. How y'all feeling out there? Listen, I got up this morning trying to figure out exactly what it was I was going to say, and I got on a trolley in San Diego, which is considered a very conservative town, and on that trolley it just filled up every stop. People couldn't get on, and I'm like, oh my God, San Diego is standing up. This is America. I'm looking out here. This is America. Look at each person next to you. That is America. Not that you were born here, that you believe in this. That's what America is. Now, I got a problem right now because there's two idiots at the top of this realm, this court jester and this knucklehead that are calling themselves the president. That is, well, I'm sorry, I gotta say this is way. They're fucking up my life. All right. I was blessed with the opportunity to have to go through VA programs to help me rehabilitate. I was constantly going through being incarcerated over and over and over. And then I heard about this program called U.S. Vets in Inglewood. U.S. Vets gave me an opportunity to get myself straight, to get myself clean, and then to get my children back out of foster care, and I became a single parent through that shit. Now, that's a good story and everything, but here's how this all goes together. That only happened because there were veterans working in the VA that knew how to communicate with me. I had problems sometimes communicating with civilians. Sometimes they just didn't get me. Not that they didn't try, but they didn't get me. But in the VA, I had an opportunity to get my shit together. And by doing so, that made me be able to be here for these guys, for Black deported veterans of America, and for other veterans all around this country. Now, BDVA, we represent veterans from Kenya, from Uganda, Ghana, Jamaica, Honduras, the Commonwealth of Dominica, St. Kitts, from Canada, from Philippines, from Korea, from Bosnia, from India. Unfortunately, our government, at a great rate, has been deporting veterans, regardless of what their status, just because they were not born here. If you have stood up and raised your hand and took the oath to stand up for the liberties and my ability and your ability to stand here and protest and make your opinion known, then you should be considered a citizen right here. Now, right now, unfortunately, we got a distraction over here, but that man is entitled to his belief. He's entitled to say what he feels. He shouldn't be disturbing what we're doing here, because we're doing this as a collective unity. But he's entitled to that. I fought for that. I stood for that. So if you sit back and understand that, please. I want to ask you something, and do this for me. I want to count off 1, 2, 3 to my leadership that is up there now. I want to send them a message that we're not going to do that and that it's hands off. So 1, 2, 3, hands off. Are y'all with me?
Yes.
Are you with me?
Yes.
All right, check this out. 1, 2, 3, hands off. God bless you. Hey, listen, before I step out of here, I want you to know right now, please put this name, Marlon, M-A-R-L-O-N, Paris, P-A-R-R-I-S. Marlon Paris is an Iraq war veteran that is currently in ICE detention in Arizona. 2 days, that's right, 2 days after Trump was inaugurated, they followed him from his house to an ATM, ICE agents circled him and took him into custody. He has been an upstanding citizen, paying his taxes. He actually has his own business and is a father and husband with 7 kids. That man has been missing from his family. The blessing that we have around him, they took 70 people and disappeared them. The blessing that he had was that we have eyes on him. If you go to our website, bdva.us, that's bdva.us, you can find out more about deported veterans, and you can support this brother and his family and help them come back. Please understand, it's not just Latino people that's being deported. Everyone's being deported. Black, brown, yellow, whatever color you know, they're being affected by this. God bless you. Please support your veteran organizations that are around and stand up for everybody here in America. God bless you.
Thank you. All power to people! All right, people, we're almost ready for the march. We got one more speaker, but I have a couple of things that you need to know. One, make sure you remember to download your free song. You can scan the QR code up here and follow Seche Music. On Sunday, April 13th, here in Los Angeles, there is a march for Zapatista, the 31st March for Zapata. It's a General Zapata Lives March, Everyone versus Trump. It's going to meet at 9 a.m. and the march will begin at 10 a.m. From 2300 East Cesar Chavez and Soto in East Los Angeles. So again, that's Sunday, April 13th, meet at 9 a.m., march at 10 a.m., the 31st March for Zapata. I am gonna, without further ado, well, I'm going to stop and just say thank you everyone for being patient. Thank you everyone for just emanating peace and love even amongst chaos. Sometimes you never know when you're going to become famous. Sometimes you don't know when you're going to run into someone famous. Sometimes those two things happen simultaneously, I guess. So we have a local celebrity, the former mayor of Burbank, my friend Constantine Anthony.
Good afternoon, Los Angeles. First things first, the folks on the steps, could you step down just a little bit because I want the people in the back to see. I wanted to thank the private security here in the green, sir in the green. If you could just step forward a little bit. He's keeping us safe from all the oligarchs. The gentleman earlier, the trillionaire for Trump, watch out. We've got the unsung Mario brother here helping us out, keeping us safe. I want to tell you a little bit about who I am and what I did, and that will help you when you go back to your hometown. In 2020, I ran for office. I ran for local office, for city council, and I ran on a platform of defund the police. That was in 2020, after George Floyd. Everybody who was running against me, everybody who was in office, all of my consultants, they said, you can't run on defund the police. Nobody's going to vote for that. Nobody's going to support that. Everybody thinks that's a useless phrase that doesn't mean anything. I ran on defund the police, and in November of 2020, I broke the record for most votes in Burbank City Council history. And for the next 4 years, there wasn't an election. I didn't have an election. But every budget season, I voted to reduce our budget for the police in Burbank every single year. We successfully reduced the total police budget in Burbank every year I've been in office. So it wasn't just something I ran on, it was something I did. In 2024, I ran for re-election. I was on the ballot in November, and every one of my opponents, every one of my consultants said, you cannot run on Free Palestine. You can't do that. I broke the record again for most votes. And in fact, the city of Burbank is the only jurisdiction, municipal, statewide, county, the only jurisdiction in the entire country that unanimously voted to support a ceasefire in Gaza. Unanimous. And I bring that up because when you go back to your districts, when you go back to your house and your home, and you look up your elected officials, there is a phenomenon that has been happening in this country since 2010, since the Tea Party movement, where conservative politicians will run in blue districts as Democrats. But progressive politicians will never run as Republicans in red districts. They won't do it. Because they're honest about themselves and they tell the truth. But there are so many fake Democrats. And they know they can't get elected if they have an R next to their name. So they simply change their party registration. But they do not change their policies. They don't. If they're independent, they run as well. I actually like a good independent versus a conservative Democrat. I'll tell you that. So here's what I am here to challenge you all to do. Most of the year, there is not an election. And that is when we have to mobilize. That is when you have to show up to your city halls, to your county boards, to your state houses, make calls, talk to people, show up like this in protest. This is fantastic, by the way. Give yourselves a round of applause. But when it does come down to election day, there are a lot of names and measures and propositions on your ballot. And there are good people doing good work, finding out who is telling the truth on that ballot. Have you ever gotten a big cardboard mailer during election time, and it's all filled with colors and a bunch of buzzwords that make you feel good to vote for that person? That has been a way of life in LA County and across the country for many, many years. And politicians love that type of mailer because it's a one-sided conversation. You're never going to mail anything back to them, and you can't ask them a question or hold them accountable for their position. So mailers are like the perfect type of campaign for a very corrupt politician. They hide behind it. If I get those in the mail, I put them right into the recycling bin. I don't even read them. But if you've got your phone out right now, here's what I want to ask. Everyone who has a calendar app, if you got a calendar app, the next election in this state is June 2nd, 2026. There is a wonderful, wonderful website that has volunteers that go through your entire ballot in every district in LA County and find out who is running with corporate money, who is running with police money, who is running with defense money, landlord money, APAC money, all of that is on this lovely website, and you can put it in your calendar for June 2nd, 2026. It's called knockla.com. Knock, like knocking on your door, knockla.com. It helps you with the propositions, the measures, the judges. How many of you have no idea who the judges are when they're running? You gotta vote for these judges. They will hide. They will hide their policies. So, I am so proud of what this movement has become in such a short few weeks, months. This is fantastic. I want to give a shout out to the people in the cheap seats. Hello, everybody back there. Thank you for coming as well. This is great. This is great. So I want to leave you with one last thing. Your elected officials, people who are in office, there is a weird celebrityism that has corrupted our national politics, where we hold elected officials in some sort of reverie, where they are lifted atop a pedestal, someone to look up to, someone who is the boss or in charge. I am here to tell you that the opposite is true. They work for you. I'm your employee. I'm your civil servant. If you want me to do something, tell me. Show up and tell me. And that goes for every single elected official in this country. You are the boss. Okay? That is democracy. All right? So, I want you to go home. After all of this, there's going to be a lovely march. We're going to go to City Hall. There's a bunch more speakers down there. When you go home tonight, look up this website, knockla.com. I want you to go home and look up everyone else who's also your representative. Find out who your state legislator is. Find out who your community college board member is. Find out what their policies are. Find out if they are divesting from gun manufacturers and weapons manufacturers. Because that's an everyday thing. That's not on the ballot. There are so many things that affect your life that are not on the ballot. How the funding goes to public schools. How your transit gets you to and from work. These are not on the ballot. These are done as legislative actions every single day that there's not an election. So you need to pay attention, and you need to stay involved, and you need to stay engaged. This is just the first step. Thank you so much to 50501. I'm going to pass off the mic now, and I'll see you at City Hall.
Thank you. Wait, stay up here for a second with me. Stay up here. I want to ask you on a date. Are you free on May 30th? Are you guys free on May 30th? Yeah. All right, we're all going to meet in Anaheim because the California Democratic Party has their convention in Anaheim on May 30th till June 1st. And one thing I learned is a good way to learn who those judges are and who are all the people on your ballot is to run for office yourself. And because when you go to all the club meetings, you end up seeing all the people who are also seeking endorsements, and you get to know them personally. Anyone can go to convention. have to be a Democrat to participate. There's a lot of things that you can, even if you're not registered, or inside-outside strategy, some good trouble on the outside. It's a great place where all those elected officials are, so you can just be there. Right here in this congressional district is where I ran in the March 2020 primary. That was fun. And Representative Jimmy Gomez, I hope that he finally wises up and just stops taking the corporate money and rejects it all, because he's been spending all his money on those fake mailers, but he could just stop taking the bribes and then be the kind of leader we want. And it's funny, if you look all across America, you'll find every district that's a majority Democrat minority has an elected officials that look like them but are not behaving 100%. They're not keeping it 100. So that's why we have to show up to the California Democratic Party convention and make sure they're hearing us. I also want to, on education, you mentioned education. This Tuesday, I just drove up from San Diego, and I want to invite you all to drive down to San Diego on this Tuesday morning, because we're going to be welcoming Education Secretary Linda McMahon is going to be speaking at a convention, and we're having a special welcome for her. It's a conference she's speaking at that's like a tech and education, so like a privatization conference. So we're going to make sure we're there, and we would love to have you all there Tuesday. Look at 505.
I'm finna pass on this body, I'm John Stockton. Beat your ass and hide the Bible if God watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show you this. If I'm looking at you, I'm gonna understand. like us. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. You think the bait on the disrespect popular? I think the average should be let's stop me. Get cold foul. I don't know what you still pretend. What is the foul? Murder bitches and murder bitches. No. The harmonies are not dumb. Shit the same how you want. You can't deny slow. Popular further down promise. Ain't this something be but this for bitching. You Malibu most wanted. Ain't no love boy. You bar boy. Fish Gatorade or something. Since 2009, I had this bitch jumping. You're a witch. You flipped over your boxes.
I was comment.
I did post a TikTok like just random while I was walking to the bathroom. Oh, now the balloon's moving.
live? خليها على الناس.
Democrats don't stand. And so it was like so like out of it, and they took photos.
I've seen it, yeah. قلبهم من نغير بطارية بس قليلهم بيكون تمشي ما عادها تمشي.
so late for the offer. We done waited too long, we stop it. And I'll fight for my reason. Hands up, all these stuff.
Everybody talking good.
On FM radio 88.3, if you can't hear, turn yourself up to 88.3, and everyone around you now has their own personal speaker.
That song was called Thief of Time. That man is a thief of time. Mark Zuckerberg is a thief of our time. I like the drums. Keep going. We're called the Pretty Flowers. We're from here, from Los Angeles. This is the smallest crowd we've ever played to, so thank you. We love you so much. This is amazing. I don't have to stay. I'm going to cry. I'm going to go back to bed. This song is called Safe and Secure.
bless you with some kind words. But in the meantime, we're going to spend some time chanting and building in unity, because when we unite, we. When we fight, we. 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 When Black lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When our mothers' rights are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When our father's rights are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. When Social Security is under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. Make some noise. All right, we're going to give a nice warm welcome from Houses for All, Jillian Bernos. Make some noise!
organizations that have stepped up to support and uplift the livelihood of transgender, non-binary, and independent communities. We have been in existence for 60 years, and it has been because all of you have stepped up with us in solidarity for us to exist, for us to resist, and for us to be who we are. So give it up for yourselves. I am so grateful to the organizers who thought me worthy of being here with us. I want to share my experience with you. I love you, my dear. I love you. I love you. As you know, even in spaces like this, we have lots of people who think that they can say for me to shut up right in this very moment. But what we can tell them is to fuck up. Say it with me. Fuck up. Fuck up. And that's the same that we tell all those motherfuckers who have organized to tell us that we should not exist, who are blaming us for existing. They cannot understand the transgender, expansive, and intersex communities have been part of all of our histories. And they think that whatever they're doing, they're going to erase us from our humanity. So I'm going to say, fuck them. I say, fuck them. I say, fuck them. Fuck them. Because we as people are dreamers. We as people are truth tellers. And our truth is what has brought us here, is it not? Our truth will always survive. Because all of us are divine creations. All of us are truth tellers. All of us are dream fighters. All of us are standing up to the bullshit. And we are going to continue to stand up to the bullshit. And the revolution is here right now. It's not going to be what the fact that they're saying on social media. The revolution is not going to be on social media. Who was brutally murdered by Los Angeles Police Department. It is important for all of us to understand that the state is not our friend. The state is the ones who want to erase us. But again, we're going to say, fuck them! Fuck them! Fuck them! Fuck them! Fuck them! Fuck them! I want to thank you so much for being here, for standing up for truth, for understanding that all humanity deserves love and respect. And all of us are going to make sure that that happens. God bless you, and thank you so much for being here.
Make some noise. If you're a progressive in the house, make some noise. If you're a Democrat in the house, make some noise. All right, look at, we're coming together, we're consolidating, we're coming together. I want you to give the next speaker the loudest, the most welcoming, noise you can make. Up next, we're going to hear from Francesca Florentini. Make some noise!
Musk. Born with an arrow line up his ass, and he say no to the genocide in Gaza. There's some imposters in the Democratic Party too. Those who claim they're fighting for us, but they confirm all of Trump's nominees. They're going to give Trump everything he wants in his budget. Do nothing, Democrats. Your time is up. Chuck Schumer, your time is up. But you guys are not imposters. We are the real thing, okay? We're the real thing. Our families, our friends, your work, your industries, your schools, your parks, your libraries. We, who they're trying to disappear, like Mahmoud Khalil and Rumeysa Ocher and Ali Reza Zarouni. We are real, so take a deep breath and let that imposter syndrome leave your body, and let's defeat these demagogues. And as always, free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Long live Palestine! Long live Palestine! Thank you so much!
Make some noise! Make some noise! That's what I told you. This is what it's about. Leftists, progressives, Democrats coming together to swing the pendulum further left. Make some noise! We want to see a free and liberated Palestine. Make some noise! We want the exploitation out of Congo. Make some noise! We want free healthcare in America. Make some noise! Speaking of healthcare, I'm going to bring up one of the essential workers. This individual represents National Nurses United. Make some noise for Sandy Redding!
Well, I have to say, this is a beautiful sight. They said, "Are you nervous?" I said, "No, I work with surgeons all day." These are my friends. So thank you for coming out tonight. And stay hydrated. Just kind of do that little plug. Stay hydrated. We got some nurses in the house if they need us. There we go. Well, some cuts don't heal. My name is Sandy Redding. I'm an operating room nurse, working operating room nurse, and president of the California Nurses Association National Nurses Organizing Committee. And I love the love for nurses. You love nurses? There you go. Well, sorry we have to be out here today for this reason, but it's a beautiful day and it's a beautiful sight. As union nurses, we have long fought for Medicare for all because we know that health care is a human right. Anybody believe health care is a human right? also stripping the rights of federal workers. Are we going to allow that to happen? Including 15,000 of our VA nurses. They know that when we are united, we can hold them accountable. So they're trying to break our solidarity. We won't let them. Yes, we're compassionate. But I'll tell you, you get between a nurse and her patient and you will see. We are very strong. This current administration doing this because they don't believe in a society where we take care of each other. They want a society where the wealthy and powerful get richer while the rest of us struggle. They say people should be responsible only for themselves, at the same time handing out billions in tax breaks, subsidies, and bailouts to giant corporations. To be clear, our nation's public programs were created for a reason. During times of struggle like the Great Depression, the World Wars, and Vietnam, during times when our economic system failed everyday people, seniors were dying in poverty, veterans were left without care, and millions of Americans lacked basic services to live. And you know what? The administration knows these are popular programs with voters, so they can't get rid of them overnight. They're very sneaky. What they are going to do instead is have a plan to turn these public programs into money-making systems for private corporations. They're trying to pave the way for their billionaire besties to skim money off the top. For example, they can help seniors manage their Social Security accounts for a fee. That's just disgusting. How do they justify doing this? First, they have to break the system, they slash funding, cut staff, change policies, until the program no longer functions properly. Then, private corporations swoop in to save the day. Are we going to let this happen? Not on our watch. We must stand up for a society that values people over profits. Hands off our public services. We must fight to protect these public programs, and we must fight to protect our unions. We need to tell them hands off. Our seniors, our communities, our patients, our veterans, we all depend on this. Hands off. When public programs are under attack, what do? Stand up, fight back. When you take on one of us, you take on one of us. That's right, we got some work to do.
Make some noise! Ready, ready, make some noise! And when you take on one of us, oh, so then hey! Come on, let me see you clap. Hey! There we go. Keep that blood flowing, you know, it takes stamina to be in this fight. When we fight, when we unite, we make some noise. Oh man, I hope you're ready for the next individual who's going to come and speak. I'm telling you, you're in for a treat. Man, this queen is the This queen is the one, the only fighter for Black Lives Matter, grassroots. You know, all across America and across the world, this queen is an educator, an organizer, a mobilizer, a galvanizer. The next voice you hear is going to bless you. It's going to open your eyes, open your hearts. So get ready, open your ears, make some noise for the Dr. Melina Abdul.
James Mincy, whose sister is here with us and one of our core organizers, Sister Bernine Mincy. We know Brother James Mincy was killed on this date in 1982 by LAPD. So we say his name, James Mincy. Say his name. Say his name. We are here with the family of Waukesha Wilson, who was killed inside LAPD Metro Detention Center in 2016. We say her name, Waukesha Wilson. Say her name. Waukesha Wilson. Say her name. Waukesha Wilson. Say her name. Waukesha Wilson. We are here with the family of Jonathan Hart.
two-party system told us that everything was going to be joyful, that everything was going to be okay. They had billionaires talk to us like Oprah Winfrey and Beyonce say that everything's going to be okay if you vote blue. But guess what, y'all? Y'all see that didn't work, right? Because there's been a disconnect with the working class for decades in this country. We're at a point of return, of no return, where we have to come together as people. So, like my sister just said, today is not going to cut it. But let me tell y'all what scares billionaires like Donald Trump and scares billionaires like Elon Musk and scares billionaires like Jeff Bezos. If we all withhold our fucking labor. So make some noise if you're a worker here today. Make some noise if you're not working here today. You're unemployed here today. Make some noise if you're a part of the labor movement. Now make some noise if you shop on Amazon. Good. Fuck Amazon. just chant it. We got to be about it. All right, so that means, what are you going to do tonight when you go home? You're going to go type in peoplesbudgetla.com. Repeat after me, peoplesbudgetla.com. Make some noise for Black Lives Matter. All right, up next we're going to have a wonderful speaker who's going to come and bless you with their words of message, of their life story and their experiences to help you. So it's going to be the wonderful, powerful Ted Griswold from DSA and JVP Long Beach. Make some noise. Thank you, thank you.
All right, thank you so much to SoCal Uprising for inviting me. I did not realize I was going to be on right after Dr. Molina and Chris Smalls, so quite the act to follow. I'm Ted, I use he, him pronouns, and I organize with JVP Long Beach, Jewish Voice for Peace Long Beach, and DSA Long Beach. It's an honor to join you all today as we take the fight, take the power back, once and for all, from the oligarchy that's taking control of this country. I want to acknowledge the risk that many of us take when speaking out, especially those of us for whom the white supremacist, xenophobic, heteronormative, capitalist power structure adds elevated risk. Now more than ever, we need to protect each other from fascism here in Southern California, in the USA, and around the world. And I'd like to stress that our collective liberation, the liberation of everyone here, is linked to the liberation of the Palestinian people. And I'd particularly like to call attention to the misuse of the concept of anti-Semitism that's being used to attack, discredit, and now even abduct those of us who are calling for an end to the genocide in Palestine. For some personal background, I'm the child of interfaith parents who chose to raise me and my sister Jewish. On Sunday Hebrew school, as young as when I was in second grade, I remember learning about the Holocaust and how the Nazis used propaganda to dehumanize Jews and other undesirable people, very much like we see in this country here today. Shame. Later, I was taught Zionist narratives about unreasonable Palestinians who inexplicably rejected peace every time Israel tried to make a deal with them. And early on, I began to question some of the Zionist narratives that always justify Israeli violence and portray it as a response, and portraying Palestinian violence as terrorism and unjustified. Now I understand Israel to be an apartheid-based ethno-state, the polar opposite of a democracy. When Israel bombed Gaza in 2014, I went to my first Free Palestine rally. I got pushback from Zionist friends and family, both Jewish and non-Jewish, along with accusations that the people I was marching with were anti-Semitic. I saw that many of these accusations were based on ignorance and a lack of recognition of Palestinian humanity in Western media. During the Israeli bombing campaign of Gaza in 2021, I read an Anti-Defamation League study that claimed to have found a rise in anti-Semitism online. But I saw in their methodology that they considered pro-Palestinian and anti-Zionist language to be hateful towards Jewish people, which I understood to be false. It was at that point that I realized that a lot of the accusers of anti-Semitism are cynical. They are not trying to protect us from anti-Semitism or shed light. They instead are trying to weaponize the concept to attack anyone who criticizes the Israeli state and its use of violence. I found this particularly offensive given that real anti-Semitism, like Islamophobia, like transphobia, like xenophobia, like anti-black and brown racism, and other scapegoating actually is used to divide us and to draw our attention away from the real structural roots of our social problems, which are capitalism, inequality, and oligarchy. So when the Biden administration and the Democratic leadership insisted on greenlighting the genocide in the occupied Palestinian territories in 2023, many of us were out here protesting, and many of us were brutally repressed. While the Harris-Walz campaign chose to ignore poll after poll, showing that the majority of Americans and an overwhelming majority of Democratic constituents want an arms embargo on Israel, many of us here were out protesting, trying to speak truth to power, and we were ignored. And now, as the Trump administration continues to support imperialist ethnic cleansing abroad, we will continue to fight for justice. At a time when the U.S. regime is trying to erase the visibility of our marginalized communities, especially our trans family and friends, when the state is increasing violence by ICE towards those of us who don't have state-issued pieces of paper, and now even some who do, at a time when our comrades are being abducted from campuses and from their homes for their political views, we need solidarity more than ever. So, yes or no, are we going to fight back against Trump? Or are we going to fight back against Musk? Are we going to protect our trans family and friends? Are we going to protect our immigrant family and friends? And are we going to fight for a free Palestine? Almost everyone here today is here because we're angry that our government is increasingly controlled by a tiny number of extremely rich and powerful men. This class of men who benefit from our division also benefits from an economy built on exploitation, expansion, war, and tens of billions of dollars funneled into decades of oppression in Palestine. This same imperial force will and is and will continue to boomerang back to repress us here at home via an increasingly militarized police state, as Melina so eloquently said a few minutes ago. The bipartisan Democrat and Republican support for this violence against the will of the people is proof that the parties do not represent us, and it's now clear the only way to wrest the power back is organizing to build working-class power. This means joining groups locally, unionizing, contributing to movements for liberation in any way we sustainably can. And to those of you who have been agitating against the genocide already, thank you. And for those of you for whom this is new, I understand. It was once new for me. And I invite you to seek information beyond what is sanctioned on corporate cable news. Watch the Oscar-winning No Other Land. Watch this week's new documentary, The Encampments, which tells the real story of Mahmoud Khalil and the student-led pro-Palestine movement. If we are able to learn our history and unlearn tired, cynical tropes, if we are able to connect and organize like we're doing here today, we will build power and we will create democracy and justice in our lifetimes. So let's call out false accusations of anti-Semitism when we hear them. Let's remember no human being is illegal. Let's remember gender has no borders. And let's demand the release of Mahmoud Khalil, Rumeysa Ozturk, and all our political prisoners. From Palestine to Mexico. Border walls have got to go. From Palestine to the Philippines.
Our next speaker is our host and a leader and founder of SoCal Uprising. Let's give a huge round of applause for Anthony Bryson!
Make some noise! Make some noise! Can I speak? Alright, when I speak, I like to bless you with some affirmations, everyone. So repeat after me. I am a revolutionary. I am a revolutionary. I am a breaker of chains. I am a breaker of chains. I am the resistance. We are the resistance. You heard a lot today of what it takes to resist. It's going to take tenacity. It's going to take unity. It's going to take us coming together from the leftists to the establishment Democrats, swinging the pendulum further left than ever before in American history. Make some noise. I want to talk to you guys today about the difference between being woke and being groggy. You see, we know Republicans have a war on woke. And we know what it means to be woke. It means to call it like you see it. It means to unapologetically say Black Lives Matter. It means to unapologetically know that trans rights matter. It means to know, without a doubt, that no one is illegal. But you see, a lot of us are groggy. A lot of us, we know what it takes to be woke, but we just can't get up. You know, to be woke is one thing, but you gotta get up and rise. You gotta get up in these streets. You gotta get up and boycott. You gotta get up and do sit-ins. You gotta get up and shut shit down. It's easy to be groggy. A lot of us know what's going on, but we pay no mind because of the comforts of living. The comforts of living in a consumer economic system. We know that our comfort comes from the exploitation of people all across the world. Shame. We know that the Trump administration got a lot of people out in these streets who weren't out in the streets for Palestine, who weren't out in the streets for Congo, who weren't out in the streets for Black lives, who weren't out in the street for trans lives. But now is your chance to be not just woke, but awake. It's easy to be groggy. You know, a lot of us, when we wake up in the morning, we know we got something to do, but we still hear that alarm go off and we reach back and we push snooze, and we're like, 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. But the reality is, in this current situation, we don't have those 5 more minutes. We don't have the remainder of Trump's term even to be complacent. We need to be woke, awake, and on the rise. What we want to do is swing the pendulum left and further left so that liberties and justice and freedom are given to all, for all. That's what it takes to be a revolutionary. what it takes to be a part of the resistance. So repeat after me, I am a revolutionary. I am a revolutionary. I am the resistance. I am the resistance. I am a breaker of chains. I am a breaker of chains. So break the chains of white supremacy. Break the chains of consumer economics and capitalism. Break the chains of the patriarchy. Break the chains that keep us comfortable in our day-to-day lives or conforming in our day-to-day lives. Because you know what? Well, those of you who've been comfortable until Trump's reign or regime, there's been many of us who are black, who are queer. There's been many of us who are immigrants and who are here, who have been struggling every fucking day. So when we unite, when we fight, So I promise you this, with SoCal Uprising, with myself, Anthony Bryson, I'll fight for you. So come fight with me, and let's do this shit together. Make some noise. Make some noise. Make some power! Make some noise! Don't forget, at the end, we're going to hear from the neighborhood kids. Make some noise! All right. Up next. All right, up next, we're going to hear from the wonderful and talented Tennessee Brando. Make some noise!
All right, it's good to be here in Los Angeles, California. I guess you can tell by my accent that I ain't from here. I came all the way from East Tennessee, and I had some people say to me, "Are you really going to go all the way out there just to talk for 5 minutes?" And yes, I am, because that's how democracy is. And I will walk from Los Angeles back to Washington, D.C. to say, "Fuck Donald Trump." I sat and watched him make a mockery out of my culture. I sat and watched him brainwash people that I grew up with. I watched them turn into people I didn't even recognize anymore. And I used to sit there and I would try to talk sense to them, but somehow they labeled me the enemy from within. Well, I say, fuck that. We're not the enemy. We're in this together. We're all in this together. I came here from a red state, I'm standing in a blue state. But Donald Trump don't give a damn about either one of them. He does not give a damn about any of them, so what we have to do is we have to stand together and we have to realize that this fight to defend democracy and to save it has always been going on. And it's always going to be going on. We're always going to have to fight for this. So, when we win again, and we will, we'll get through this. I know it's a dark time, but we will make it. And we'll win again. But when we do, we cannot rest on our laurels. We cannot get complacent. We have to stay just like we are right now. That energy that you feel, you have to carry it with you everywhere you go. You have to carry that energy with you, keep it bottled up. And think back to how miserable you felt when you came along in 2016. Then think about how bad you felt when you saw what happened on January 6th. Think about how bad you felt when you watched you get reelected again, and keep this energy right here. Because he handed over the keys. He handed over the keys to his billionaire buddies because he don't give a damn about any of us. And he's never going to. He made a mockery out of my culture, and when this town was burned to the ground, what did he do? He played politics with it. He decided to pick on your governor. He decided to come up with nicknames, and that might appeal to some people, but it don't appeal to us. We're here, and we're always going to be here fighting for democracy. And one thing that I've learned traveling around these protests is I meet people, I'm 45 years old, but I meet people who are 75 years old. They were protesting back then. People have been protesting, and they're going to have to continue to protest. So that's what I really want to drive home, is that this is the kind of energy that you have right here tonight is what you're going to have to keep from now on. And you're going to have to hand it down to your kids too. Because there's one thing we've always done. I've been guilty of saying this. I'm like, well, the kids will say this. No, we have to say this. We say ourselves. We can't depend on one politician. We can't depend on the Democratic Party. We have to depend on ourselves. So I really do appreciate each and every one of you for being here. I'm glad to be here all the way from Tennessee. But I want you to know that I love you, and I'll always have your back. We're not about blue states and red states. We're the United States. And fuck Donald Trump. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Make some noise. When we fight, when we unite, when we fight, when we unite, all right, when reproductive rights are under attack, what do? When women rights are under attack, what do? When immigrant rights are under attack, what do? What do? All right, the next speaker is going to come and bless you with phenomenal words. Get ready. All right, the next voice you hear is going to be the wonderful, the talented Jessica Denson. Make some noise.
Right now. My name is Jessica Denson. Another lifetime I supported Donald Trump. Another lifetime. By the grace of God, I never voted for the man. But I have come clean, come to my senses, and back in January, the grassroots organization I formed with my show Lights On went to D.C. to protest the certification of this illegal presidency. We are dealing with an illegal president. Our group is called 14 Now. You can check us out at nowmarch.org. Nowmarch.org. This is like the conversation to have. Every subsequent constitutional right that's being violated right now could be stopped if we address the threshold constitutional violation that led this man in office in the first place. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment bans insurrectionists. This man and his administration are enemies of the state. They are enemies of the Constitution, and every single ounce of energy from our lawmakers, if they are true to the oath that they have taken to uphold and defend this country from enemies, foreign and domestic, should be used now to remove him from power. What are we waiting for, Los Angeles? Are we willing to wait while this man destroys our democracy? Are we willing to go through 2 or 4 more years of this assault, this blatant theft of our country and our Constitution and our rights? I'm not willing to wait. And that's why every single time I see somebody from the Democratic Party, believe me, I am fully a Democrat supporting independent. I have come 180 degrees from where I was, and I wasn't in the right place. I'm a vegan animal lover artist, so I don't know what the hell I was doing in that space for so long anyway, but Fox News is one hell of a disease, I will tell you that. But I'm fully on the side of anybody who is really pro-democracy. But if you are messaging pro-democracy, if you're going out there giving speeches, if you're even standing on the Senate floor for 25 hours, God bless Senator Cory Booker. God bless him. You need to use that opportunity to talk about the means, the constitutional means we have right now to courts are not fast enough. They are sending people here who live and work here legally to El Salvadoran slave prisons with no recourse to get them back. That is one of the multitude of impeachable offenses this man has committed in the past week. One, he creates so much chaos, they throw so much shit in the fan that you just can't keep track of it all. Well, guess what? We're going to demand that they keep track of it and take action to stop it. We're not falling asleep. We're not willing to let democracy die on our watch, to let this moment in history, I mean literally, you and me, my friends, we are standing in the breach between freedom and fascism right here. This is it. We are it. We are the ones right now who are going to decide whether this United States of America continues in the pursuit of freedom or becomes Nazi Germany in the 30s. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. So what we need to do is we need to hold a special, I just came from D.C., so great to see a different kind of crowd here, because those people, they don't realize what they're doing. I think some of them do realize. They're so consumed with greed and money and power, their nice parking spot on Capitol Hill, all the access they get all the time, all the perks. You know what I was thinking about? I moved to this city when I was 14 years old to pursue a dream. And this city is a city of vision, a city of creativity, of art. When we make movies, we make people think outside the box about what is possible. These lawmakers in Washington need to start freaking thinking outside the box to get back to where we should be. All right, everybody, it has been my absolute pleasure to be with you here tonight. I'm going to leave you with a quote from Abraham Lincoln. It says, "These people, the people of these United States, are the rightful masters of both the courts and Congress. Not to overthrow the Constitution, but to overthrow the men who perverted the Constitution." Thank you all so much. God bless America. God bless LA.
Make some noise! Wow, make some noise. Jessica Vincent in the house. Make some noise! When we fight, we. When we unite, we. When we fight, we. When we unite, we. When we fight, we. When we unite, we. When we're under attack, what are we going to do? Do what? Do what? Do what? Make some noise! All right, we hear some powerful words. We're almost there. We're almost here to the neighborhood kids coming up. So don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. And before you go, make sure you bring a bag for yourselves because we're all visitors here. This is Talk of the Land. Hey, make some noise. Let's be nice visitors. Let's make sure we're cleaning up after ourselves. All right. Up next, we're going to have the wonderful and talented Alan Minsky. Make some noise.
Thank you. Thank you. And as you can see, I brought Princess Leia, who has to go undercover and have a good witness, so that her secret identity is kept from us. Do people know that Lucas wrote Star Wars initially with the hero of the Resistance were the Viet Cong? Right. There we go. So, folks, you know, we're in a situation where we have a crisis in this country, pretty much of the making that, you know, I always thought was possible, but didn't think it was likely, but it's happening. This is the most serious domestic crisis that we've had in the United States in my lifetime. One of the things that I think is the silver lining about this moment is a lot of historians have looked across the history of many centuries, and for the left to be victorious, especially when their opponents are the moneyed interests in society, to take back and defeat them follows a major crisis. So we have a major crisis right now, and I think that we have to, as a movement, demand of our politicians that we have a society in which if a person works one job, they are in the prosperous middle class, whatever that job is. We need to have single-payer universal health care. We need to have free child care and free college. We need to have housing as a human right, and we need affordable housing for all people. We need to have a U.S. foreign policy that is completely grounded in international law and human rights, so that we no longer, in any way, shape, or form, our society that is aligned with an ongoing genocide and slaughter as systemic based on the AC1G. And of course, we need an energy policy that is commensurate with what science tells us is necessary given the climate emergency. Many of you may know me as the longtime program director of KPFK Radio. Let's hear it for KPFK Radio. I did not apply for a job in 2018, but I ended up with it nonetheless, and I am now the National Executive Director of the organization that drafted Bernie Sanders to run for president and to run for president as a Democrat in 2016 because of the experience that he had back at the 16 years earlier. Now, you all know that Bernie is going to be on the same space a week from today. By the way, it sounds like incredible, like Neil Young and Joe Baez and AOC, etc. So it's going to be. Usually they put the stage up in the middle when Bernie's here. I think it's going to be incredible. But here's the thing. We're in a paradoxical situation in our society. We need to demand. We cannot go back and have a Democratic Party that is a neoliberal Democratic Party. Because that neoliberal Democratic Party, that begat Donald Trump. Okay? So we need to, at the same time, need unity. I'm going to say something you all can boo when I say Democrats, if you like, which is fine. They deserve to be booed as an institution in American society. And nobody fights against them as a formation anymore than those of us who try to fight inside this electoral system. But the truth of it is that in 2026 and 2028, because unity is necessary to defeat Donald Trump, the simplest path to defeat this atrocity will be the victory of the Democratic Party. Here's the catch, folks. We have to take over and totally transform the Democratic Party. And I'll pretty much leave it at that, except to say that Progressive Democrats of America is the organization that I now lead. And if you ever want to get in touch with us, we will fight and fight and fight to have a Democratic Party that has the politics of this demonstration. And I want to, by the way, right now, give props to the people who organized this demonstration. I have so many of these demonstrations, and I have never been one that has been so spirited. And the voices of the grassroots, they haven't been a bunch of stodgy elected officials who are speaking in hollow bromides. But right now, that's it. Just keep an eye out for PA. Keep an eye out. Always hold us to account. Make sure anybody who's fighting to change the Democratic Party is fighting to transform society for the working class, for the people, for the planet, and for justice. And with that, I give you Princess Leia.
Hello, Patriots! I'm so glad to be here, and I just have one thing to say. La resistencia te necesita. The resistance needs you. We are it. We are who are we depending on. Nobody else is going to save us. So, get out here and organize. This is not it. Get out here and organize.
the Los Angeles punk rock at the beginning of this thing, too. I have the honor of introducing somebody who I have revered for years. This is a person who has fought for the rights of free speech with integrity like nobody I know has gone beyond what Jim Lafferty has done here in Southern California. Demonstration after demonstration after demonstration. When people have been beat up by the police, the National Lawyers Guild has been there organizing for the demonstrators who have been attacked by the police, and they have protected the rights of free speech. Jim Lafferty has played a leadership role in the U.S. peace and social justice movements for 60 years now. He is the executive director emeritus of the National Lawyers Guild in Los Angeles. Jim Lafferty is also the co-host of the Lawyers Guild show on KPFK and co-host of the Law and Disorder Public Affairs radio show Perry on over 160 U.S. markets. Jim Lafferty.
Thank you, Al. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Am I supposed to dance? Don't count on that, my friends. My friends, seriously, you and I, and the 3 or 4 million others of us all over America today in the streets, think about that. We are all that stand between Trump and fascism and a free America. And we have demonstrated today the best, most significant, most assured way of winning that battle. Let me ask you something. With all due respect to my brother Alan, do you think the Democratic Party is going to save us? The Republican Party? Maybe the Supreme Court? No. We have proven over the years, and they don't like to write about it in the textbooks at the high schools anymore, that it is only we, the people, that ever win the big factories in this country. Think about it. Think about it. There are millions of people in the streets for years, and fire hoses and all the rest coming down on them that won those major civil rights victories. Sure, Congress probably had to pass a law they were left with no choice to. Just like the millions of us demonstrated in the streets over and over and over for years against that vicious war in Vietnam, finally forcing the Congress to end its war because we, the people, made it impossible for them to continue that war. So all we have to do, brothers and sisters, and it's hard to remember sometimes, is that our past victories prove what? Prove that if we don't rely on the politicians, if we don't rely on reports, if we rely only on ourselves, if we remember our past victories, then we know that history itself is on our side, that our day will come, that Trump will be defeated along with his billionaires. Down with Trump, down with fascism, long live a free America!
Speaker. You may have seen him on social media lately circulating. Man, he was at a council meeting and was arrested for speaking out against MAGA. If you know who that is, then you know, make some noise for Chris Louie. Make some noise.
Started on their bullshit. And they started coming after our library. And I don't know about you, but I love libraries. I grew up reading
a magna plaque on our library, I said, I need to do something about this. Because a library is supposed to be a safe space for every single person to go into. It is not a political space. It is a space of knowledge and learning, and it is the backbone of the American educational system, our public libraries. So, let's talk about Donald Trump, who's an asshole. Donald Trump does not care about America. Donald Trump only cares about himself. And there are a lot of very good Americans who think that Donald Trump cares about them, but he does not. Just because there are a lot of very good Germans who thought Hitler cared about them, but he did not. And so it becomes our obligation to remind our fellow citizens that the United States of America confronts tyranny and fascism every time we see it. And what I did, peaceful civil disobedience, is what I wanted to see from my elected representatives. And I wasn't seeing it yet. Thankfully, I've seen it a little bit. Cory Booker, obviously, his marathon filibuster. That's what I want to see. Shit, one of our representatives putting a hold on the D.C. U.S. Attorney. That's what I want to see. Jasmine Crockett and Maxwell Frost speaking up and calling bullshit for what it is. That's what I want to see. But I want to see more of it. I want our elected officials to understand the urgency of the time that we are in. Because we are in an existential crisis right now. Our country is facing a choice. And that choice is, do we want to be America, or do we want to be something else? And I don't know about you, but I want to be an American. Do you want to be an American? Regardless of gender, regardless of your race or your religion, regardless of who you are as a person, do you want to be treated with fairness and equality and respect? Good, because what we need to do is make it clear to people who oppose that they are fundamentally un-American. We need to reclaim the American flag for us, the people, not for the assholes supporting a guy with a crown on his head. I'd like to read something real quick, because I think it's important. It's the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all people are created equal, that they are endowed with certain unalienable rights, and among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among people deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it. That was what America was founded on. Those words. Now I want to read some of the complaints that our founders had against King George. He has endeavored to present the population of these states for that purpose, constructing the laws for naturalization of foreigners. Does that sound familiar? He has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. Does that sound familiar? He is effected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. Does that sound familiar? For cutting off our trade with all parts of the world. For depriving us, in many cases, of the benefit of trial by jury. For transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses. Do those sound familiar? Now, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm pretty angry about this. And it might come across as my speech. And I want you guys to understand it is okay to be angry. You should be angry. We should all be angry. Because what is happening is un-American and undemocratic. And so I know you guys have done a lot of chants, and you've been asked to say a lot of things. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to think about that anger. Bring it real tight in your chest to get that knot. And then I'm going to count down from 3. And when I hit 1, I want you to let that anger out as loud as you can. My man with the bottom front, can you give me a drum roll? as an engine. I want you to build. I want you to form connections with the people around you. I want you to attend your city council meetings. If you don't know how to get involved, the people who speak out in public comment at your city council meetings know how to get involved. So I want all of us to come together, to form unions, like the former people speaking up here were saying, to protect our black and trans brothers and sisters and non-binary people. I want us to be America!
Follow SoCal Uprising on Instagram. Make sure you follow 5051 SoCal, 5051 Long Beach. Make some noise. All right, make sure you get in touch with your individuals. Make some noise. Hey, it's been a long day. It's been a long day, but who's ready for some music? Kids. All right, it's going to be amazing. Just get into the vibe, come a little closer, be in community. Let's just not get on the steps, though. Don't get on the steps. When we fight, we. When we fight, we. When we fight, we. When we unite, we. Make some noise.
Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Los Angeles, how we feeling?
Yeah, yeah, one time, hands up, yeah.
Woke up in the morning and I saw the first pollution. Television never tried to show my execution.
Yeah, who's this? Just a kid from the neighborhood. I've been trying to start a revolution, get it great and good.
It's the revolution coming marching on the street. just 1 second. Check this out, y'all. When we first got here, there was people as far as the eye could see all the way to those steps. But you know, when the revolution comes, some people get tired. Their feet hurt. They go home. But you know who did it? Y'all did it! The revolution isn't convenient. You do it because you have to. The class war is upon us. And I'll tell you right now, my favorite video game character, Luigi. During the civil rights movement. And it's crazy that here we are, 60 plus years later, and we're still marching for something. But you know what? When the people are upset, they will unify, they will band together to make sure history does not repeat itself. reverse that, but you know what we can do? We can change our future, y'all. Check. That's your mic.
Check. Make it a little bit more.
Right here behind us, we have two phenomenal MCs that go by the Indigenous Cats. Give it up for them, y'all.
When I say land, you say back. Land, back. Land, back. Land, back. This is Indigenous land, y'all.
Mic check. And we feeling y'all.
They ain't us black and brown. They hear the gun, they got sound. They hear my voice, make it loud. They hear my voice, make it loud.
Black and brown.
They hear my voice, make it loud. Hear the gun, they got sound. They hear my voice, make it loud.
Mira, en la policía. Cuida, los niños y las niñas. Cuida, es una porquería. Mira, cuida su familia. Humanity. On the street. Someone's watching me. Watch out. En la policía. Cuidado con la placa. Mata. Toda mi familia. Not to oversee. We will no longer be the minority. Time to take the pledge and let's go from the police.
They ain't let us black and brown. They hear no gun, make us sound. They hear my voice, bring it loud. They ain't let us 'cause we proud. Black and brown. They hear the gun, make us sound. They hear my voice, bring it loud. They ain't let us 'cause we proud. Watch out, they put them understood.
Watch out, the badge in the groin. Watch out. Watch out, revolution has begun.
Every day, rubbing the paint, killing the people over the station and turning who the blame is the people that are the blame.
What's the blame? What is the body remain? Killing the mission, forgetting the name. Why are people in chains? Thinking that they're running over the political game.
Black and brown. They hear the gun, make us hear. Hear my voice, make it loud. They ain't let us 'cause we proud. They ain't let us black and brown. They hear the gun, make us hear. Hear my voice, make it loud. Hear my voice, make it loud.
If you cannot stand up, you must rise up. If you cannot rise up, you must crawl up. If you cannot crawl up, we must destroy the system that we. And the system that we must no longer be standing. If you can stand with that, you will no longer be standing. Can you stand up? Can y'all stand up? Thank you, LA.